calls in on 03717223344, the number you need to have your say on national radio. But right here on talkSPORT 2, we've got live cricket for you as England put the one-day international series behind them and begin their T20 series against the West Indies. It's full time here, Stadium of Light. Sunderland have beaten Leeds by a goal to nil. Let's head straight over to our commentary team, bringing you all the action for the next few hours. For the cricket, it's the former England batsman, bowler Gareth Batty, alongside John Norman.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mark. From the Stadium of Light to Bridgetown in Barbados. That can't be said too often. Big thanks to Mark and the team who brought you all the action on another momentous night of football. Manchester United knocked out of the Champions League. Oh, they certainly will be if the score remains as it is at Old Trafford. Ipswich going top of the Championship. Alan Brazil will be happy about that. He'll be back tomorrow morning on the Sports Breakfast Show. And could the T20 World Champions England be about to shrug off their recent white ball malaise? Welcome to live coverage of the first of 5 T20s. talkSPORT 2 were here at the start of last year for a topsy-turvy 3-2 series win for West Indies. And Bridgetown, Barbados is the location once again, for the first game at least. The toss has taken place. West Indies have won it. England will bat. Let's head out to the middle. talkSPORT's Sam Ellard is with the captains.
Rodman Powell is with me. He won the toss, chose to have a bowl first. What's the thinking behind that?
Yeah, just when you look on our batting unit, we have a lot of power. So, let us see what the English guys put on the board, and then we try our best to defend it.
That power in the middle order in particular is absolutely explosive. How excited are you about this team you've got today, and in particular welcoming back Andre Russell?
Yeah, we are very excited. He come back with a lot of experience and a lot of confidence because he's been doing well on the T20 circuit. So, having said that, we still have to play good cricket. England is a very, very good team.
And with the World Cup coming up here in 6 months' time, how important is this series and what you're looking to learn about your side?
It's very, very important. We're trying to fine-tune certain areas of our squad, certain areas we're comfortable with, but there's still a little bit of fine-tuning to do.
Good luck, Rodman, and we'll speak to you after the game. Thank you very much. That's Rodman Powell speaking with me. Josh Butler is going to come over. I'll keep it quick, Josh. I know you've got a special presentation to give out to one of your players, but been asked to bat first. What would you have done, Josh, if you won the toss?
Yeah, we'd have looked to chase as well, sort of see how the wicket plays and see what we could restrict them to. But as Rodman said, you've got to bat and bowl, whatever you do. So, get first use of it, look to put a good score on the board.
When you look at that team, I think a lot of people will be excited about the two leggies, Rayan and Rashid, both playing together. How excited are you about that?
Yeah, very excited. I thought Rayan bowled fantastically well in the ODIs. Adil's been brilliant for a long period of time, so to see the two of them operate together will be cool.
Sam Ellard speaking with Josh Butler just a few moments ago. So, Gareth Batty alongside myself, John Norman, Jarrod, Kimber as well. Got the band back together, guys. Bats, you first. First thoughts about this new look with a couple of old faces in there. England team for this first T20.
Yeah, good evening first and foremost. It's kind of exciting because the 50 over stuff didn't quite go to plan in that series just gone. So you just feel like this is the start of England's World Cup preparation. Josh Butler going back to the top of the innings for the 2020 stuff. There's some absolute dynamite youngsters who are starting to trail, start their careers, I suppose, and blaze a trail. Phil Salt's opening with him, he plays a shot of ball often. Obviously Will Jacks, who went nicely in the 50 over stuff to come after, and then there's a few faces that we've seen across all formats in Duckett and Brook, who's had a wonderful year. So it's an exciting time to be having a go first on what looks like a good surface in Barbados.
Well, we heard from the West Indies skipper Rodman Powell. He suggests that having had a look at it, that really formed his opinion about what to do first. Good batting track. West Indies will bat second. And opening up with the bowling, it's Akil Hussain, who didn't play in the ODI squad. In fact, he must have arrived in Barbados, if not yesterday, the day before. He's been playing in the UAE in a T10 league, and we're about to get underway here on talkSPORT 2. A ball that just a little bit of turn into the right-handed Phil Salt. And it's punched into the covers and fielder. Jarrod, Kimber alongside me. There used to be a big conversation about whether Butler should open, but I think we put that one to bed. In T20 cricket anyway.
He seemed to do okay, didn't he?
I think so. I think the stats probably back that up. Just backs away here. Good crowd in. It is a night game in Barbados, so The Caribbean Sea isn't glistening in the background. But, it's a successful partnership here, Phil Salt and Josh Butler. They've been together on numerous occasions. They've got a good opening record.
Spin one, yeah. Spin one, buddy. Come on.
And Hussein about to bowl his second delivery is in. And this is edged! A diving attempt at first slip. Went close to the fielder and rattles away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, first signs of we've seen a bit of hoisting in this T10 stuff. He generally drives the ball into back of a length, and as we see with that one, he can bowl this almost like a seam up old school arm ball that drifts in to Salt, cramping him for room, so the ball ends up getting real tight on him. He's trying to get to that leg side and force it through the offside. Slip has no chance. It's flown past him for 4.
Yeah, that went at some pace. But Salt is down here, and this is a beautiful shot. Rides the bounce and just helps it up and over. And Phil Salt adds another boundary to his score. 8 without loss England after 3 balls.
Yeah, this is clever batting. He's learnt from the ball before. The ball isn't really going to do him on the outside edge, so he's actually got a little bit across his stumps. Got the sweep into play. There's a gap out there. Wonderful batting from Salt.
Looks like the ball's just picked up a little bit of something, so the umpire's going to remove that. I'm not sure if you've ever travelled from one continent to another and not only changed countries, continent, but formats within the space of 3 days. But Hussein, and he's in again now. This is played not quite coming forward. Almost misjudges the length a little bit. Salt there, pushes this out into the covers. Yeah, from T10 to T20. I mean, that doesn't ask too much of a bowler, but certainly travelling that kind of distance between the two. I know it's a new world for cricket these days. Steps back this time, does Salt, and a first view of the returning Andre Russell. And even an Andre Russell from 15 years ago would have failed to stop that or chase it down before it reaches the point boundary. And that's the third 4 of the over.
Yeah, it's pace on the ball again that Salt has really gone after. This is up in the high 90s k's per hour, and Salt's thriving off that at the minute. The only ball he's not really looked to score heavily off is the one that he dropped into the 80s. Can he be brave and take some pace off?
Last ball of the opening over, and this will be a single to mid-off, fielded by Alzari Joseph, and Salt comes through for a single. So 13 from the first over, a good one for England. And your thoughts at these early stages, Jarrod, Kimber?
Yeah, it's very interesting that they've scored so well off this first over. So Akil Hussain is the 6th most economical bowler in T20 cricket over the last 3 years. So he's been going at 6.79 runs an over. So he's a distance away from Sunil Narine, but close enough. There's a lot of left-arm finger spinners up there as well, especially a lot of the Bangladeshis. And so getting after him, I know one of them was an edge, but putting pressure back on him is quite important. The most, the least economical spinner, Liam Livingstone,
who plays today. Were you surprised a little bit about the makeup of the two sides? It seems to be going in. Is this with an eye to the West Indies with an eye to winning this match, and England with an eye to the World Cup in June, just with Ahmed and Rashid playing today?
I don't know what the West Indies are doing because Andre Russell's here. It's very confusing to me, for being honest.
Holder, first ball of his over. And good bounce here, but ridden comfortably enough by Phil Salt. We're going to see Josh Butler for the first time in the match. 14 without loss here on talkSPORT 2. You can join us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel as well. If you're watching, then welcome. If you're listening, same to you.
I mean, West Indies have an alarming amount of all-rounders who bowl right-arm seam, don't they? Like, it's a weird squad. You've got Robin Powell, Romario Shepherd, Andre Russell, Jason Holder. I know they're all different kinds of bowlers, but that's a lot of right-arm seam who likes to whack it. So, yeah, it's interesting. They also didn't pick Moti, who I thought bowled beautifully in the ODIs.
Holder again, and again, good bounce. And Butler just plays this down to gully, where there's a shy of the stumps of the non-strikers then. We'll have a little look to see whether Phil Salt had advanced down the track. I imagine he had done.
Bats, did you see Moti, Gudakesh Moti bowl? He spun the ball a long way in that series.
Yeah, he did bowl very nicely, and he's a little bit unorthodox, isn't he? Not sort of traditional, shall we say, as a spinner, but Yeah, it's of course, selection nowadays, you can't predict it, can you?
Holder again is in. This is well wide down the leg side and called as much. Holder had an incredible series against England in that T20 series at the start of last year. It took 4 wickets in 4 balls to wrap up victory in that 5th T20, all of which were played here at Bridgetown. The player of the match in two of the games, player of the series. He's just turned down a West Indies contract though. He's in again, and Butler will get off the mark.
Definitely good bounce from Holder, going into the splice of the England captain Jos Buttler's bat there. That's high on the bat. Hits the bat hard. Anybody watching or knows Holder would know that his speeds are not particularly fast, but with his height and the strength of ball that he possesses, it hits the bat very hard.
And he's got a terrific record against England, of course. Darren Sammy, the new coach of the West Indies. Oh, he's been in position for about 6 months now. Down the leg side again. There's a little shout behind the stumps, but there's nothing on that. So wide will be called again.
Would it be fair to say that Sammy's brought a bit more unity to the islands?
I'd say so. I mean, look, he's managed to convince Andre Russell to come back. Russell hasn't played a T20 for West Indies in 2 years. Holder didn't play in the ODIs. I mean, a number of the squad have just come back from the UAE. Holder, Hussain, Russell and Myers, all 4 playing today, and all were playing T10. They missed the ODI squad. Fraction more width this time. No timing, and a shot at the stumps of the non-strikers then. So another single. But yeah, that's always the problem, isn't it, with the West Indies? I mean, if you look at the domestic 50-over league, and the top wicket taker is Sunil Narayan, and of course he's retired from West Indies officially. I mean, some would say that he retired unofficially some time ago. But managing to get the players on the park. Fuller and Butler will take a 1 bounce 4 over long on, and the score moves along. 22 without loss.
Yeah, it just goes up and just far too full from Holder, trying to find that little bit of swing that he does have a great skill set to find that outside edge, but this time, just for a tall man to get that full, it's got to go up out of the hand. Jos Buttler is never missing out on that. I don't think his position was perfect, but he just persuaded it over long on. Nice start for him.
Just drags the length back a touch, pushed into the covers, no run.
Jason Holder in the power play in the last 2 years has an economy of 8.26 and a bowling average of 49. So he hasn't been bowling there a lot. He hasn't been bowling there particularly well. There is a bowler in this team, there were 2 bowlers in this team, Romario Shepherd, who goes at 8.3, and Alzari Joseph, who goes at 8.7. So I'm not sure after this start exactly where they throw the ball. The one bowler they thought would go very well, Akil Hassan, has gone for runs. They've already used one of their seamers. They've only got other seamers who also get hit in the power play. So it'd be interesting to see what their changes are. Oh, we've got the overclock.
Of course, it's the first match where officially we have the stop clock. Essentially, you've got 60 seconds from the end of an over to make sure you're in position to start bowling the next over, and it seems to have worked.
He didn't have to go far, Akil Hussain, though, did he?
Not really.
He's got about 2 steps in his run-up.
Yeah. It's the rest of the team as well, though, I suppose. Hussain is going to bowl his second over. The first one was expensive, no timing as Salt pushes this up to Alzari Joseph at mid-off. No run, 22 without loss.
Something in the speed there. Is round at 90 clicks. He has been up as quick as 98. There's just a little bit of holding the surface when he just brings that speed down a fraction.
Hussain again. This is edged, well, leading edge really. Deceived by pace, possibly. Salt goes through with a shot, and this balloons between point and cover point and away for a couple of runs, but he wasn't in control of that shot whatsoever.
Yeah, Salt persevering with trying to get leg side of the ball and trying to force against that angle in through the offside, and that time just sort of spewing off the outside edge. A bit of a nothing shot from him.
It was almost as though he was trying to place the ball but along the ground, but the ball just lobbed up really. That was a fortunate moment for Salt.
It's what Hussein feeds off. He's expecting, because he's a left-arm spinner, that people think it's going to spin away from the bat. He feeds on going into that right hip.
So again, this is the wrong line. Clipped away off the pads and an easy single. West Indies had this problem in the ODIs as well, didn't they? I mean, Romario Shepherd, I think his economy was 12 against England. He does pick up wickets, but I think they started with Matthew Ford, who is in the squad, doesn't play today on debut. But did Shepherd, who was opening the bowling? It was only a few days ago.
It was Shepherd and Joseph. So Joseph has been struggling for a long time with the new ball. Shepherd isn't a new ball bowler, but they gave it to him. He bowled really well in the middle overs when he bowled where he should be bowling. But yeah, there does seem to be an issue there. They've got a couple of younger players who haven't come through the way they would like.
Flex of the knees by Butler this time. No run, 25 without loss.
I mean, they would have expected one of O'Shane Thomas and Obed McCoy to be at least a regular player by now, and neither of them are that close to being that.
Saying again, fraction more width, and this is driven mid-office position wide, beats the fielder and reaches the boundary. 29 without loss, England.
Yeah, you could just see him at the end of his mark there, saying, I wonder if Butler saw this. He set it in his finger to bowl the arm ball, that one that drifts back in, but it starts sort of fourth off stump, which is just a little bit wide, and with that length to a quality player like Josh Butler, he's just going to throw his hands at it. Drilled it on the floor.
Well, you spotted it, didn't you? I saw you gesticulating. It turns away this time from Butler. Picks out Andre Russell at point. And that's a decent start for England here on talkSPORT 2. 3 overs in, 29 without loss.
That's when T20 started. There was a lot of, let's call them David Hussey style bowlers, who didn't spin it a lot, but bowled, quite quick, what would you say, direct, but didn't get a lot on the ball. You see someone like Akil Hussain, and he bowls a lot of straight balls. He probably won't now because it's not working for him. But in a general day, you watch him bowl a lot of straight balls. But he buys that because of the ones he can spin, right? Like, you can't just get away with bowling straight anymore the way that you could in the early T20 days.
Yeah, I think you saw how he set that ball. It was almost like seam up with his finger, trying to get the drift. So it's not a straight ball, he's trying to swing it almost at good pace.
Here is Holder, and this is pulled disdainfully by Phil Salt. Through mid-wicket and away for 4. Seized on the length, enjoyed the pace, and the crowd liked that one.
Yeah, it just sat up, didn't it? That's when height goes against you. The big man Holder looked like a bit of an off-cutter trying to go into the surface, but certainly a pace on off-cutter, and it just stuck in. And Salt, that's his meat and drink. He targets long on round to sort of mid-wicket early on in the power play.
Well, we know all about Phil Salt. He lived in Barbados, of course, as he gives himself room. Holder drags it down a touch. There's lots of width, and Salt just helps this up and over the circle, on the offside and away for another 4.
Yeah, I don't think Holder's done as much wrong with this ball as he did do the previous. It's going sort of in and over off stump, but Salt up to the challenge, sort of backs away and gets deep in his crease and plays that new modern shot where people are trying to go off the back foot but up and over extra cover. It's a wonderful piece of batting.
What's Holder going to do here? Well, it's a good length delivery, on off stump again. Good pace, could be a mix-up here. Fielder throws to the wrong end, but Phil Salt would have got back anyway. 38 without loss, middle of the 4th over. Josh Butler 9 from 7, but Phil Salt 27 from 14.
Yeah, Salt's really flown out of the traps, but it's the intent from England. You could hear it there on stump, Mike. Yeah, we'll have 2, they're off. There's a real intensity to what England are trying to achieve in this early balls in the power play.
Yep, here's the early stages of the game as Holder is in, and Butler this time attempts to just wrap this over his shoulder. It gets a little bit on the ball, but not enough to beat the diving keeper, who fields it well actually, and it's no run. If you stuck with us following our coverage of that big game in the Championship between Sunderland and Leeds, you're listening to the words of the head coach of Surrey, Gareth Batty, Jarrod Kimber, myself, John Norman. We'll be heading over to Barry Wilkinson very shortly at Kensington Oval as Butler just knocks this into the offside with the field pushed back on the circle. There's always a single there. 1 ball left of the 4th over, And England are 39 without loss.
Yeah, it's a nice partnership this, isn't it? Josh Butler giving himself some time. Whenever the West Indians have got it wrong, he's taken them to the cleaners with a boundary, but anything in between, he's quite happy to bide his time, because Phil Salt gives him that luxury. He takes massive risks, and he takes it to the bowlers.
Holder again, and there is a risky shot here by Phil Salt, but once again he's got just enough on the ball, not enough to get to the boundary. The ball pops up over mid-off, and it's thrown back for a couple. Now, is that little injury? Look, the outfielder's come up. That's not really what you want to see, is it? Is that Shepherd?
Yeah, Shepherd. Yeah, he's had a big dive, and his knee gets stuck in the turf. It's like that moment when you're expecting to slide as you've hit the deck, and you almost stop instantly, which your knee is not enjoying that, and probably through your vertebrae the shock is not pleasant.
There's been a bit of rain in Barbados. The ODI on Saturday was a stop-start affair, and I think actually you could have probably just run it down. The ball kind of slowed up as it approached the boundary. Certainly Salt got no timing on the ball, it was all muscle. Talking of muscle, not you, Bats. Andre Russell is going to come on and have a little bowl.
You've got to call him Dre Russ, haven't you? That's the new thing. Big Dre Russ.
I'm not sure it's the new thing. Leg delivery, swatted up and over Romario Shepherd again at mid-off. Won't reach the boundary on the fall, but 4 runs to the score. That was a loosener to end all looseners.
Yeah, and Butler hanging back. He's looking for that top of the stumps or even shorter length. They've obviously decided that this pitch is pretty good. You can hit through that back of a length. There's not a lot happening, and it's a pretty authoritative start for Butler against Russell.
Russell again, past the umpire, and a swing and a miss from Butler this time. The bowler gets on over the batter. No damage done. 45 without loss. I mean, from the outside, I mean, we're approaching the end of the over. Well, approaching the stage when we're going to be throwing to Barry Wilkinson. So it may be a conversation for later in the piece, but you must have been watching on the World Cup, of course, at bats. Josh Butler, a guy you know well. Just seeing him struggle with the bat, certainly in 50-over cricket. As he sets himself again, just attempts to hit the ball over his shoulder. Russell believes he's got something on it. The keeper does too, but the umpire unmoved. Oh, West Indies about to go upstairs. Butler's got the old poker face on. I think Jarrod thinks that he got a little bit on it. Your thoughts, Bats?
Butler's reaction from as soon as it's gone through to Pooran, the keeper, is shown nothing. So it's either a feather or he's nowhere near it.
Review for a caught wicket.
Well, we're going to have a review.
No decision given on field.
Butler is shaking his head.
Feet. Fair delivery established. Can we move on to front on, please?
To Phil Salt, he doesn't think he's got anything on it, but we're about to find out.
It certainly won't be a particularly earned wicket. It's a on leg stump. If he'd stood in his line, he could have hit it. Do you think he hit it?
Pretty close to the edge of the bat.
It does look like the ball deviates slightly, but it's almost impossible to tell from this angle. But we do have Hawkeye and Ultra Edge, so find out very shortly.
I mean, live, it just looked like he hit it to me. It looked like he just flicked it around the corner. But Pooran was convinced, wasn't he? But
as was Russell.
Yeah.
As you say, it wasn't a great delivery. It was on leg stump. Good leg. Butler got into position. Got to feel if he'd stayed where he was, he could have swatted it anywhere. Well, the bowling team are moving back to their marks. We haven't seen anything here. Let's have a look.
Stretch comes up. Continue forward and forward. There's a flat line as the ball goes past the bat.
Very often when you listen,
there is no contact between bat and ball. I'm going to go back to Nigel on field. Nigel, I'm going to ask you to stay with your original not-out decision. Go on screen now, make your signal.
So there we go. Butler didn't touch it, and the crowd will have given you that indication. Predominantly English crowd, but a good one in today. 45 without loss then, as Russell returns, and another swing and a miss. This leapt up a little bit more, and Butler feels that should have been called for height.
Yeah, I think that's that shot there and the way he's gone about trying to hit the ball possibly says where Josh Butler is with his movement and his confidence with his batting. He's taken a bit of a hit in the World Cup, etc. Played nicely in a game a week or so ago, but it takes a bit of time to get that fluid movement back.
Russell again, 3 dot balls, and Butler does connect this time. More movement around the crease, and he turns a full delivery, clips it up and over. Fine leg for 6. 50 up for England in the 5th over. Butler's hit 10 from this Andre Russell over.
I think that'll go to what you know. Josh Butler's tried it a couple of times, trying that ramp over fine leg that's up. Russell generally likes to go back of a length, so if he goes back of a length, almost got him previous ball, but then he's got to change his length, can't keep doing the same. He's gone fuller, up and over fine leg for 6. Wonderful batting.
Last ball of the over, and Butler again is deceived by a slower delivery, loses his body shape, but 10 from the over. Butler moves to 20, Salt 29, and the score here on talkSPORT 2 England, after being asked to bat first, 51 without loss. Bats, your thoughts?
I think it's quite a nice combination, this, not just on what we've seen in front of us. Salt goes real hard and takes the game to the opposition. It gives Butler a few balls to get into it. We've seen Josh in the last sort of 5 or 6 balls, as soon as Russell's come on, he's looked to take the attack to him and thrown caution to the wind. So I think it's a nice looking combination from England, and so far so good. 51 off 32 is a nice start.
Well, from one nice combination to another. Let's head over to the Kensington Oval. Your commentary team, Samuel Badri and Barry Wilkinson.
Yeah, thank you so much. And it's going to be Alzarri Joseph, 26 wickets in 17 matches. Here he comes in and bowls to Salt, and Salt gets the delivery that's wide and down the leg side, pretty much like what we saw from Jason Holder. Signal wide now by the umpire, and that's another sundry to push the total to 52 without loss. If you missed the teams, the West Indies, Brandon King, Kyle Mears, Shea Hope, Nicholas Pooran is keeping tonight. Shimron Hetmyer, Rovin Paul, of course, captain. Romario Shepherd, Andre Russell, Jason Holder, Akil Hussain, and Alzarri Joseph. I'll give you England again just after this delivery from Alzarri Joseph. Steams him from the Malcolm Marshall end and bowls to Salt, and Salt is hitting this straight back down the ground. That's gone for 4 more. That as straight as an arrow. It was airy-fairy, but very effective, and the England side are certainly making hay while the sun is not shining. Samuel Badri, 56 without loss.
Yeah, a rollicking start here from England. Remember, they were sent in by Rovman Powell, so they didn't know what sort of surface they were encountering, haven't not seen before, but what a start it is. This combination has worked really well.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Salt, and Salt this time tails away, hits us in the air. This time it's going down to third man, and that's gone all the way. Going once, going twice, sold for 6 to Salt. 39 he's gone to. 62 without loss, and my goodness me, the England fans are certainly having a treat at Kensington.
It's been an assault from Phil Salt. He has been striking the ball really cleanly on either side of the wicket. There has been controlled aggression as well. It's not just been wild swinging. He's picked where he wants to hit the ball. He's hitting with the breeze on this occasion, that last 6, and it has been all out aggression.
Joseph in again and bowls to Salt, and Salt this time is getting one on the line. The off-stump hustles a single at mid-off. Romario Shepherd is there. The single is achieved. And the thing about it is, England's batting is very deep. You've got Josh Butler, Phil Salt, Will Jacks, Ben Duckett, Harry Brook, who made his debut here, of course, last year, Liam Livingstone, Sam Curran, Chris Wokes, Rian Ahmed, Adil Rashid, and Tamil Mills. So they've got a pretty deep batting lineup, and at this start, after 5 overs and 3 balls, you just wonder what this total could be like. We could be in for a very rollicking night. 63 without loss after 5.3. Here comes Joseph again. Back to his mark, the Antiguan fast bowler. Runs in, passes umpire Gustard and bowls as he tails away, and this time he's hitting this behind square. Is going down towards the boundary. Jason Holt is there, picks it up just about now, and Butler's going to come back for a brace. That's 2 more runs to the total. 65 now without loss after 5.4.
Yeah, and this is what they've done so well. So in addition to hitting the 6s and 4s, they've also run well between the wickets. They've picked up singles, and to add insult to injury, it's a no ball as well. So it's going to be a free hit. And who's the lucky recipient? Josh Butler. Alzarri Joseph just overstepping. Well, it's a huge no ball when we look at the replay on our screen. No doubts there from the third umpire. What can Alzarri Joseph do here now? He can't change the field, so he has to bowl with the same field, the two fielders out, fine leg and deep backward square.
Butler to get the free hit. Here comes Joseph and goes to Butler, and Butler's swinging this out today. Wide long on, that's 4. But that's making use of the free hit. He tailed away and swung it. There was no real panache in that shot. It was just a wild swing, and he could afford to do that being a free hit. And he didn't get the maximum 6, but he got 4. He'll be happy with that. He rushes now to 26, and this total is getting away from the Windies. England are 72 without loss.
Yeah, this is brutal, absolutely brutal from Jos Buttler. Remember, not too long ago, he made a golden duck, first ball duck, but he's making up today.
Here comes Joseph in again and bowls to Butler, and Butler this time gets a slow delivery on the line, the leg stump, turns it into the onside, forward of square, and there is just 1 run. So we've got, what, now 70 correction without loss. 70 without loss. Butler goes to 27, and Salt, he is on 40. Jos Buttler hungry for some success. England have had a really rough couple of months. 3 matches won out of 9 at the World Cup, being defending champions, losing the series in the ODIs to the West Indies 2-1. So they really want to try and do something special in this 5-match series. The second one starts on Thursday in Grenada. Here comes Joseph now and bowls to Salt, and Salt this time gets a delivery that's wide and down the leg side, and that's missed altogether there by the keeper Puran, and it's gone into the boundary for 4. 5 all told. Well, that's very sloppy and perhaps significant, and sums up what we've seen from the West Indies tonight so far.
Yeah, the wheels are coming off, and it's only the 6th over. We're not even through the first power play 1 here. Going down the leg side, dropping short of Nicholas Puran and going through his legs. Should have gotten something behind that to stop it. That's 5 extra runs. An expensive first over from Alzarri Joseph. 25 conceded, 1 delivery remaining. 76 Barry Wilkinson, 1 delivery left in the power play.
And Matt Fingal is turned up with his band. Will that inspire the Windies as Joseph comes and bowls to Salt, and Salt gets the delivery that's down the leg side again, and he's turning it to the short fine leg for 1. So the Windies, of course, winning the toss. The average first inning score on this pitch for T20s is 155. I think that the rate England are going to definitely surpass that, given a miracle. We've got 6 overs gone, 77 without loss. Samuel, what do you think about this West Indies team? Was it a harsh decision, you think, to leave out Moti? If he did play, who would have come in? But the thing about it is, Moti has been bowling so well, I thought it was harsh to leave the left arm spin round.
Yeah, I concur. When I looked at the surface, it seemed to be quite dry, and what we saw from Akil Hussain in his early couple overs was that there was some grip. England, on the other hand, they have at least 4 bowlers who they can rely on for some overs of spin. The 2 wrist spinners have been included. So from that standpoint, and you mentioned the fact that Gudakesh Moti has been in good form, I thought he should have been in the starting 11 for this particular game. Who could have been left out? That's the question. Romario Shepherd, maybe. Jason Holder, maybe. He's done well. He's the leading wicket taker here at the Kensington Oval. And Andre Russell just coming back in. So I can understand the conundrum in terms of the selection and who they possibly could have left out. But for me, Gudakesh Moti should have been in this playing 11 tonight.
It's always going to be difficult with Russell, of course. He's the kind of player that if he's going to be in a squad, you can't put him to sit down. He always has to play if he's going to be in the squad. And that's going to be the unfortunate thing for some players like Moti, who's going to have to take the brunt of the senior player coming in at his expense. Well, Russell, speaking of the man, he's bowling now. Here he comes in to bowl to Salt, and this time this is delivery that's whacked in the air, out to mid-wicket, over mid-wicket, and that's out caught, brilliantly caught by Shimon Hetmar. They're going to review it for sure, but Hetmar, the ball was in the air, Hetmar caught the ball, jumped over the boundary, threw it back into play, and then he jumped back into play and took the catch on the rebound. That was extremely smart by Shimon Hetmar. They're reviewing it, but I think that he's going to have to go. That could be an excellent piece of cricket from Shimron Hetmar. Let's look at the replay. He took the catch inside of the circle, inside of the boundary line, and then he stepped out, threw it up in the air, stepped back in, and took the catch cleanly. That's out.
Exceptional work from Shimron Hetmar. We've seen this so frequently now in modern cricket. These fielders are so good at this. But this is not an easy catch. He had to step out and then step back in the presence of mind to throw that ball up in the air and to throw it with control so that he can come back in and grab it on the second attempt. Phenomenal work, and they needed some sort of brilliance, the West Indies, to break this opening partnership. It was 77 in 6 overs. They were going at a pace, and Phil Salt will be the first batter dismissed. Brilliant catch. That has to go down all to Shimon Hetmeyer's brilliance in the outfield. But Russell will be the bowler who this wicket is accredited. 40 from just 20.
So strike rate of 200, 6 fours and 1 6. Salt's gone for 40, caught Hetmeyer, bowled Russell, and the Windies finally have something in that right-hand column. And it's Andre Russell, the man from Kingston, Jamaica, who has not played a while for the Windies, 35 years old, has played a lot of cricket in the IPL and the Big Bash, just about almost every T20 league, but he has been absent for a while for the Windies. He's back, I don't want to say with a bang because that's just 1 wicket, but he'll be very happy that he's actually got this partnership broken. But Will Jacks has come, 7 innings, only 108 runs, the best of 40, so his career still is loading, unlike Russell's, which is perhaps now at about 80 or 90%. Here he comes in now and bowls. First ball to Jacks, and Jacks gets delivered that short with some pace as well. And there was Jacks fending it off and played it down to third man. There's a fielder there, so they only get 1. Jacks is off the mark. 78 now for 1.
Now this is where the challenge really is. Post that power play, when the field is spread and there are additional fielders out on the boundary, can England maintain that tempo? They've lost a wicket now. How do they go about the next couple overs? As we see on the replay, that piece of brilliance from Shimon Hetmeyer right in front, the Greenwich and Haynes stand in front, a lot of English supporters, that would have silenced them momentarily.
Here comes Russell now, bowls to Butler, and Butler this time is steering the ball to short third man. They'll take a quick single, the throw comes in, hits the stumps, ricochets, and there was thoughts there of perhaps an overthrow, but that did not materialise. Settled for the single. 79 for 1 now. The run rate is 12.12. What a crowd we've got. It's a beautiful night here at Kensington. You can see some stars in the sky twinkling as the England fans dominate the spectators again. I would say this time it was on about 85-15 on Saturday. Today I think it's about 65 or 70-30. Would you reckon, Sammy?
Yeah, just about. I think your maths is just on point there, Barry.
Here comes Russell now. He runs in and bowls to Jacks. And Jacks this time gets a delivery that's on the line of the off stump. Steered down to third man again. Coming into action is Alzari Joseph. And there is just 1 more run. 80 now for 1 and over number 7.
Yeah, this one is shaping up to be just as exciting and entertaining as the series last year. Early part of 2022, that 5-match series that West Indies eventually won 3-2. The first match was low scoring. England only got to 103, but the next 4 were absolutely breathtaking ones to look at.
Here comes the bowling of Russell now, most of Butler. And Butler's looking to again just use the upper hand to steer it to third man. This is it, taken there by the keeper. So Nicholas Pooran doing the keep-in. You surprised that Hope has not taken the gloves?
Yeah, a little bit. I think that Hope might have considered it for a little while. Nicholas Pooran does the outfield really good, but it doesn't matter either way. Both of them are quite experienced and quite skilled at wicket keeping, and both of them are quite good in the outfield as well.
Russell now to Butler, who's on 28. Bowls to Butler, and Butler this time is driving straight to cover. No run there for him. Looks to me like Brandon King. That cover there picks up. To end the over, 7 overs gone. England being axed about by the Windies are 80 for 1. With Jacks on 2 and Butler on 28. 16 dot balls. We've had 10 fours, 2 sixes. And this crowd have been treated to a belter to begin this first CG United T20 series. I told you there's another game on Thursday in Grenada. Then there's another one in Grenada on Saturday. And then it moves to Trinidad and Tobago for the finale at the Brian Lara Stadium. Where, of course, there will be 2 matches on Thursday and then Saturday, so all set for what should be a thrilling T20 contest. Romario Shepherd is going to come on now, and he'll take over from Alzari Joseph. 32 matches, Romario Shepherd, 31 wickets. He's been more useful as a batsman, lower order batsman these days than he has been a bowler. He's definitely got to tighten up on that aspect. Here he comes in now as he passes umpire Gustard and bowls to Jackson. Jackson driving, square of the offside. This is going to go towards the boundary, but there's a fielder there and there's only one. Hetmeyer's onto it quite quickly and it's now 81 for 1.
A very high economy for Romario Shepherd. As you mentioned, it's an area that he is continually working on, trying to improve and to try to bring down that economy. I just want to see how he operates in the spell under some pressure. Yes, England have a healthy start. They have one set batter and another one who's quite destructive. I want to see if he uses the dimensions on offer as well as that win factor and maybe those slower balls that he's become quite adept at.
Here he comes now to Shepherd and bowls to Butler, and Butler gets a good delivery on the line. The all-stump, forced to defend. Dot ball is like gold dust in these T20s. Plays it back to the ball and there's no run. So we've got a short third man. We've got a backward point, sweeper, extra cover, mid-off, long on, mid-wicket on the boundary, and a backward square on the boundary, and a fine leg. So, pretty interesting field there for Romario Shepherd as he comes in again and passes the umpire and bowls to Butler. And Butler this time is hitting this in the air out to the cover area. They'll get an easy single because the captain, Rodman Powell, is very deep at that cover position and allowing for what was 1 run. But since that wicket, we've seen just about 7 balls consecutively that have not gone for boundary and just slowed up and checked the score a little bit.
Yeah, that's what you usually get just outside the power play. Something that teams have tried to address and they want to continue that pace, but the wicket, that is what really has changed the equation.
Yes, it has, as Shepherd is again. Comes in now, bowls to Jackson. Jackson's time tails away, steers the ball again, out to the backward point area, down to the boundary. Running in there is Hetmeyer. And that's just 1 run. So another single, pushing up the score to 83. Of course, we saw another T20 international today being played with India and South Africa. The South Africans winning that by Duckworth and Lewis Stern. So international cricket has not even taken a breather after the World Cup. They've gone straight into it. In fact, I think Mitch Marsh was complaining that he was very unhappy that they weren't able to go back to Australia to celebrate the World Cup win. Shepherd again bowls a slow delivery, driven straight to mid-off. Jason Holt is there, can't stop the single. 1 more run to push the total now to 84 for 1 in over number 8.
And less than 6 months time we have another ICC World Cup, the T21, and these teams, they have very few matches between now and then. Take for instance the West Indies, they have these 5 matches followed by 3 in Australia and then a further 3 against South Africa before that. So it's a limited opportunity for the coaching staff, the selectors and even the players to fine-tune their skills and to identify perhaps that 15-man squad that the West Indies will be hopeful for can do well in the World Cup.
Shepherd bowls and this one is whacked away, but straight to the fielder on the sweeper boundary in Shimron Hetmeyer again, so just another run. 8 overs gone and the West Indies, who won the toss and put the English in to bat, they're 85 for 1. 85 for 1.
And from an England standpoint, they only have 5 matches post this one against Pakistan. So they have in total 10 T20 internationals at this stage before that T20 World Cup for them to look at their potential players and to see who are the best fit for that title defense. Remember, England are the defending champions, and I like what they did today in pairing both Adil Rashid and Rian Ahmed together to see what they can do. Adil Rashid, we know, is phenomenal, is very experienced, but Rian Ahmed, he bowls really well against left-handed batters. West Indies have a few, Shimron Hetmeyer, Nicholas Pooran, to name a couple. So I'd like to see how they operate together against this West Indian batting lineup.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's Jacks on strike as Joseph now is bowling, and this delivery is whacked in the air. It's gone out to long off. Is it gone over? Yes, it has. That's 6. That was pitched on the line, the all-stump. Jacks tailed away. He smashed it high, really high. It was difficult to tell. It was going towards the 3W stand, and in the end, it just landed just to the left of the sight screen for a mighty 6.
The unforgettable night so far. This one pumped straight back over his head. Alzari Joseph, very expensive in over number 1. Starts off this one with a 6 and he's under pressure. Will Jacks, we saw him in the ODI. And we saw how potent and powerful he can be.
Here he comes in again now, bowls to Jax, and Jax this time gets the one. He's hitting it high. That's gone a mighty, mighty long way. That's another 6 this time. It's gone over fine leg. It was smashed high. It actually came off the top edge, and it raced up in the air, way down to fine leg, over fine leg. Back-to-back 6s on both sides of the ground. The first over long off, the next over fine leg. Alzari Joseph being taken to the cleaners here.
Yeah, opposite sides of the ground. This one was unintentional, but the commitment to the stroke, and guess what, Barry? It's another no ball.
Oh, that's another no ball. Not good enough. His second from Alzari Joseph, and from both ends. He was bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end when he delivered a no ball. They've switched him now to the Joe Garner end, and he's overstepped there. So guess what? Jax has got a free hit. He's on 17 and it's 98 for 1. Can't change the field. This is a free hit. So here comes Alzari Joseph now and bowling the free hit to Jax. What would he do? Tails away, and he's playing this with a mightily big, thick edge down to the short third man and can't score. Bad luck there for him.
Yeah, he doesn't need an invitation to go after the bowling. Will Jax, he's batting every delivery as though it's a free hit, and the one that was actually a free hit, he wasn't able to score from, but he's made up his mind. He's committed to playing his shots. He's hitting with the wind, batting from this end, so anything that is marginally short, he will take on the fielder in the deep. But Alzari Joseph, how expensive he has been so far. What can he do to redeem himself? He's looking to make a change in field. He wants to bring someone in. The deep backward square comes into the inner circle. Mid-off goes back to long off, so possibly thinking of a fuller length. That last delivery was a Yorker that was guided straight to short third. What does he do now?
Well, he steams in now and passes the umpire and goes, and this delivery is whacked again. It's in the air. This is a chance for a catch at cover. Catch taken, or did he drop it? Taken in the end by Brandon King. Really good catch. Jason Holder was running in as well from the long off. Brandon King was running from the cover, and it was hit so high. Brandon King in the end had to dive, but he controlled the catch well, and England have lost their second wicket, and the mighty Alzari Joseph, who's taken a blundering tonight, has actually got one in the right hand column.
Yeah, a redemption of sorts for Alzari Joseph. Jax goes for an impactful 17 from just 9 deliveries. West Indies, they picked their second wicket, desperately needed. England, high octane start from them, boundaries galore, and that continued attacking approach we've seen, and it's Ben Duckett who will be the new batter. But it was a fantastic catch from Brandon King in the night. You don't really have that depth perception, so you're not entirely sure how quickly that ball is dropping. He wasn't sure too of the fielder that was coming in, Jason Holder, around his right shoulder, but he kept his eye on the ball all the time, and then at the last moment had to dive forward to clinch a clinical catch. So 2 good catches from the West Indies so far to result in those 2 wickets. Ben Duckett, 12 innings in T20Is, 301 runs, a best of 17 not out. So the only left-hander in the top 5 for England comes to the wicket.
Yeah, Ben Duckett, who has been playing all 3 formats of the game, which is something you don't really see a lot for England. A lot of the England players have either been just playing white ball cricket or red. He's playing all 3, so they obviously are quite happy. Something quite special about Ben Duckett. They look at that catch again. Very well controlled catch in the end there by Brandon King. So Duckett to face his first ball. Here comes Joseph now, bowls to left-handed Duckett. Duckett is turning this one into the onside to get off the mark, just for the square for 1, and that would take the total now to 99, is it? For 2? In fact, 99 for 2. Butler, still a couple of balls left. Butler's on 30 from 24.
Now with the left-handed Duckett at the crease now, I just wonder if we would see the reintroduction of Akil Hussain, or Captain Rahman Powell will think twice about bringing him back on. I was just thinking prior to that dismissal to reintroduce the spin to sort of slow things down a little bit, but now with the left-hander there, that plan might change a little bit. A lot of medium pace bowlers available for Captain Rahman Powell, and we'll just have to continue with that. Even someone like a Kyle Mayers, just to slow it down and touch and use those slower deliveries.
So here comes Joseph now, and balls, and this delivery is outside the line of the off-stump, not timed at all. Very well fielded by the bowler, who's fielding his own bowling. Played back to his right, jumped over the pitch, picked it up, and there's no run. So just one shy short of the 100. You would have expected England at the rate they were going at to be there by now, but they have been definitely checked in terms of their run rate. The West Indies have been pretty good in the last 3 overs or so. Pretty good captaincy by Robin Powell. As Joseph comes in now, the final ball of the 9th. Bowls this one that is driven. Square the offside, that's going to go towards the boundary, that's gone for 4. It was a little dab, a little late cut. And it was able there to elude. Looks to me like that's Sheho, and it's got into the boundary for 4 runs. So the 100 finally comes up. 103 for 2 after 9. Duckett is on 1, Butler's on 4. We had Salt caught Hetmeyer ball Russell 40 from 20. And we also saw Jacks caught King ball Joseph for 17 from 9 with Brooke, Livingston, Sam Curran, Wokes, Rian, Rashid and Mills to come. 11 extras, 103 for 2 after 9. Here's Samuel Badger.
Yeah, too many extras for me. In only 9 overs, we've already seen 11 extras conceded by the West Indies. It's something that you can ill afford, and in that we've had 2 no balls as well, resulting in 3 hits. Something teams and bowling coaches often talk about is maintaining that discipline, particularly in the shorter formats. You don't want to give opposition teams extra deliveries and extra runs freely. You now see the reintroduction of Romario Shepherd from the Malcolm Marshall end, bowling to Ben Duckett for the first time. He has a short third, backward point. He has a sweep on the boundary and protection on the leg side too.
Here he comes in on balls. This one is driven out to cover, but there's a fielder on the boundary. He'll run a couple of steps to his left. That's Andre Russell. Picks it up, throws it in, and there's just 1 run. Did you believe that Russell was fit enough, good enough to get back into this team?
Yeah, Andre Russell has done it for such a long time for so many teams that he's played for. 35 years of age, and with that T20 World Cup just less than 6 months away, I think his recall is an intention, a clear intention from the selectors that they want to see what he can do.
Slow delivery on the line, the off stump, pushed out to cover again. Shimron Hetmeyer is there, picks it up, and there's just 1 more run.
Yeah, and they believe that he still has the quality to make an impact in international cricket, and we know from experience when he's on song, when he's on his day, he can take apart any opposition, and he can also contribute with the ball. But I just think that with the glut of all-rounders that the West Indies have currently, can he fit or can he transition smoothly back into the starting 11? We saw the conundrum today in terms of that selection with only the 1 spinner.
Shepherd again comes in and bowls to Duckett, and Duckett is driving. This is going to go down to the boundary, just between the short third man and backward point. 4 runs, that boundary there is unprotected, and it means now that Duckett moves to 6, and the total is 109 for 2.
Yeah, thickish outside edge really from Ben Duckett. He might have opened the face of the bat, but gets it in the gap importantly and adds to the tally. England are racing away here. There's no slowing down. Despite the fall of that second wicket, they seem intent on carrying on with that level of aggression.
Shepherd in again, turns and bowls again to the left-handed Duckett, and Duckett is driving again, pushes the ball out to cover. Russell called to account, picks it up, and there's just 1 run. 110 then for 2. Ben Duckett, of course, the man from Kent, 29 years of age, is playing, I should say, 15 tests, 11 ODIs. This is his 11th T20 as well for England. Romario Shepherd now passes the umpire and balls, and this time is played again behind point. A chance to run out of the non-striker's end, thrown in just about now by Hope, but he misses, and the batsmen get another single. Butler moves quietly along to 36 from 28, and it's a Nelson, 111 for 2.
2-time T20 champions England. They won, of course, in 2010, that edition of the T20 World Cup hosted here in the Caribbean. West Indies 2-time World Cup champions. So these 2 teams have lots of pedigree when it comes to T20 cricket.
Yeah, the one right here at this ground as Shepherd bowls, and this one is driven beautifully out to the mid-on area. Just 1 run. So 1 run to end the over. Halfway stage, 10 overs gone. England being asked to bat their 112, 1-1-2 for 2, with Butler on 36, Duckett is on 8. The run rate 11.20, as they're really going great guns. Slowed up a little bit, but this partnership has begun to build again. England seem to be smiling at the moment. John Norman with Teresa in the commentary.
Thank you very much, Barry Wilkinson. Yep, summed up perfectly. England 112 for 2 after 10 overs, with Ben Duckett and Jos Buttler at the crease. You're listening to talkSPORT 2. Get in touch with us at cricket_TS or at talkSPORT 2, or via the new talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. I'm just scanning through some of the comments. Would you agree with this? Bats that Death Rider 54 says England's still on for an easy 200 plus at the moment. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, the numbers say that you should easily be doubling your score with wickets in hand. The captain, Butler, 36 not out. There's some incredible power to come. Brook, Livingston, Curran, Wokes, you would say, all strike a mean ball. Rahan and Rashid, both of them can bat very, very pleasantly as well. So no, there's huge amounts of ammunition for England.
And Jarrod, would you agree with Death Rider 54 when he says Jos Buttler is playing the anchor role like Craig Brathwaite does for the West Indies Test team?
I mean, what I like is that the Surrey coach had to answer a question from Death Rider 54. I think that...
Hey, everybody's welcome.
Exactly.
We were just talking about the Brathwaites off air, weren't we?
There's a lot of Brathwaites, isn't there? Look, I think me and Bats were talking about this on and off air, that Buttler just doesn't look like he's feet and hands are right. His balance isn't always there. He's probably trying to get some time in the middle, Bats, I'd say, isn't he?
Yeah, but it actually balances up beautifully, doesn't it? The way that Salt goes at the ball, it allows Butler to find his feet, pardon the pun from what you were saying. And then Jax has come in and played out Jack O'Canny. You know, he goes hard and looks to take the game on again. So the scoreboard is always ticking along, and does Jos need to take some of the risks that the games sometimes present themselves. You don't when those two go as they are doing. And this is going to sound bizarre, but Duckett's not a big fella, but he's a perfect foil now because he hits those gaps. He hits that sort of backward behind point. He'll flip it over square leg. He does that sort of beautiful using the pace, which then the bowlers are changing up for Jos, and they might go into his slot, so he just gets that bit of rhythm. I think his last couple of balls, how he moved up and down the wicket with a bit more weight in his right foot going down the pitch, transition from right foot to left foot, I feel like he's just starting to move a little bit better. The one there nearly ran himself out to backward point. He moved really nicely for that.
The words of Gareth Batty, the Surrey head coach. Back-to-back title winners, of course, in your first 2 years as coach. I mean, that doesn't happen often, does it? If ever. Jarrod, historian of cricket.
I don't have any numbers, but I don't want to say anything nice about bats, so I'm sure it happens quite regularly.
Never been done before, my friend. Read 'em and weep.
Hussain into Duckett. This is down the leg side, clipped away for a single through square leg. Duckett wants the second, Butler's not quite so sure. I remember watching Ben Duckett. talkSPORT had the right. talkSPORT 2 had the rights to the. It was a NatWest Blast at the time, and Duckett was playing for Northants, 2016, and he played an innings against Notts in the semi-final, which saw Northants through, and it was just such a classy innings. Butler playing back, clipping the ball into the leg side, fielded by the bowler, 1 run. 114 for 2.
Brilliant fielding, by the way, to get to that as quickly as he did. Duckett against left-arm finger spinners has a strike rate of 175. Butler is 123, so there was no reason to look for a second one there anyway.
Sweeps hard from sort of straight mid-wicket around to square leg. Is tough to set a field for.
Left-handed Duckett has got a wide-ish stance on the pull, no real timing. This is fielded by Andre Russell at mid-wicket. 1 run, 115 for 2. Hussain was expensive with his first over, dragging things back though. He really came to prominence against England in that series at the start of last year with the bat as much as anything. This is fired in a little bit, no timing again from Butler, who swivels and pulls and is going to come back for the second. Decent running, not a bad throw. Wasn't quite flat enough though, but 2 runs to the score, 117 for 2.
I'm not sure this pitch is quite as flat as the score is saying at the minute. That ball just stayed a little bit low on Butler. Had to really hold his energy through his legs to get enough bat on it and not play over the ball. The odd one's gripped a little bit.
We saw that earlier in the piece, didn't we? And as you made mention, it still doesn't quite look like he's fighting himself, basically. And that may be the end of Butler. It is. Hetmeyer running in from the mid-wicket boundary. The top edge with Butler on the pull. And the innings that comes to a close. 117 for 3. Butler's got to go for 39.
Yeah, certainly on a pitch with possibly different pace, different reactions off the surface, drive it into the top of the stumps, which is what Harmison's done. But we're trying to get back and gone back straight, which is a good way to move, really, if you're wanting to open up that leg side. But it's just stayed in the surface. It's got the top edge of the bat and it's gone high, real high, above the lights of the Barbados ground, but not high and far enough out of the ground for Jos Buttler. It was a nice knock without him really finding his fluency. But if in doubt as a spinner in T20 cricket, drive the ball in hard at the top of the stumps and let the surface and batsman error work for you, and it did on that occasion.
Just again, we had another high catch from the West Indies that was taken very close to the surface for no real reason. It's like they always seem to be late getting to their positions for the catches, and we saw a lot of drops in the ODIs. It's a baffling trend. I don't know if you've seen this before, Bat.
No, I reckon there was a shot. It was about 20-30 minutes ago. You could see the skyline. It felt a bit sort of twilighty. We get it more in England than anywhere else, but it did feel like the lights haven't taken full effect. So it's sometimes tough to pick up and to get the way the ball's falling out of the sky.
Harry Brook is the new batter, and he will face this delivery from Hussain, which is on a fifth stump line, cut away, and Brook gets off the mark. Brook was let go by Sunrisers Hyderabad. He will re-enter the IPL draft, which I believe is on the 19th.
Yeah, 19th or 20th, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, to be honest, he was probably overpaid considering he didn't have a lot of experience over there, and you see that a lot, and then they overreact by getting rid of him. But there's been some very odd moves, especially one franchise getting rid of Hardik Pandya for cash and not taking any resources off the opposition.
Leave off Ikram, leave off him. He's done a wonderful job. They've won it once.
They didn't play Brook in the position that he does and has been successful, though. He was opening for Sunrisers, is that right?
I think he batted in a few spots in the end, didn't he? I don't know. It's one. You see this where you pay a lot of money to a player and you kind of think that they're going to do whatever you want them to do, and it doesn't always work that way. And I think they lost patience. And then he hit the big 100, didn't he? And so I thought that maybe had saved him, but.
They do like a shiny new thing, though, don't they?
Well, I mean, that's the other issue, isn't it? I mean, Dual Brevis, we were being told, was the next coming, and it can barely get into a side, right? Cameron Green.
Here is Brook down the leg side. This dies on the keeper. Wide called. 119 for 3. Get in contact with us at cricket_TS. Neil has done so on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Absolutely love Jarrod and John. Just checking to see if Bats is mentioned. No. Got a photo with them at Lord's last year. What if it was that guy? Can you remember?
I don't remember anyone taking a photo with us.
Oh, come on. It doesn't happen that often.
Oh, yeah. It's tough for me to walk down the street.
Neil, thanks for joining us.
Oh, there was a guy at Lord's.
See, told you. Yeah. Well, it might not have been him, but I can't remember any other person taking your photo or mine together. Holders back, and again, a swing and a miss. On the pull is Brook. But this will be called wide again. So 2 wides at the start of Holders' third over. 120 for 3 after 11 here on talkSPORT 2 England.
And you can see what Holders trying to do is trying to cramp Brook on his hip, trying to use his height and get it just that fraction full of length, but get it jumping into that hip, but just getting a fraction too straight. He struggled in the power play to get the line right. Got the length pretty good from time to time, but just got it either a fraction wide of off stump or a fraction down the leg side like we're seeing here.
One of 4 players in the side who've made their way from Abu Dhabi to the Caribbean, so I imagine they must have flown via London. That's a big old journey. Fuller And is that an edge? Is Brooke going to go? The umpire's finger is up. A wild swipe by Brooke, trying to deposit the ball over long off. He could only get the outside edge, and England lose a cheap one. They're 120 for 4.
Yeah, it's a slower ball, off cutter, off spinner, whatever you want to call it, from Jason Holder. Brooke, I think, seen this out of the hand. I reckon he's lined it up and he's trying to smash him like you would do an off spinner over long on. Just not quite got the timing of his movement right, and got a big thick edge and turned straight around and walked off, did Harry. But credit to him for walking and saving everybody's time on the modern technology that you don't get away with much anymore. But nice piece of bowling from Holder, following up the 2 wides with a slower ball. Brave to take pace off after already starting your over with an extra couple of balls.
I think this is Jason Holder's probably best period to bowl, is probably between about the 11th over and the 16th over, before the death really starts. Also, there's a little bit more bounce on the ball, which is what helped him with that wicket there. Once he gets to the death, he starts to get hit a little bit more. He doesn't have great slower balls, and he needs that little bit of assistance off the pitch.
Now, what you're saying is it's that window with the ball where the lacquer's gone off, so it just holds in the surface a little bit more, but it's not like the death overs where it holds in even more and it sits up. So it's perfect for his height and trajectory into the surface, I think. Yeah,
I mean, the problem is where you fit, there's so many. We haven't seen Kyle Mayers or Robin Powell yet. They've got so many medium paces to use.
Livingston facing first ball, he comes down the track. And in the end, kind of aborts on the shot, squirts through to the keeper. No run. Neil has got back in touch. He says, scroll to the top, lads. I did mention bats. What a shame.
Disappointing.
Love you, Neil.
Should we see what he says? Absolute pleasure to hear Gareth Batty on comes again.
I don't know why you just didn't lie and just have Neil just slagging off
One of my favourites. Lift and bounce again from Holder. Livingston on the move. He kind of rides this, but reacts almost like it's taken him by surprise. No run. This is good from Holder.
Yeah, I feel like this is his skill. Normally you were looking at spinners to be holding the game in these periods, but he's almost bowling like a spinner. And Rob Key would be loving him. He'd be in the India team if he was India squad, because he's height and he's getting it into the surface, and the numbers say that's the way to do it now.
Holder again, touch Fuller, takes the pace off, and Livingston clips this away for a single.
Any thoughts on that selection then?
I think we might be talking about that during the mid-innings break.
Nothing to do with me, that's above my pay grade.
Matt Barton's got in contact via @talkSPORT 2. He says, sat by the pool in Coffs Harbour, New South Wales, 28 degrees, listening to this. Cheers, guys. Come on, England. He thinks 230's on. Well, 100 in the last 9 overs, 8 overs actually. That would be something. I've been to Coffs Harbour. Have you been to Coffs Harbour?
Yes, I'm Australian.
Well,
I suppose I haven't been everywhere. It is a big place.
Yeah. And you are from Victoria. Nicely played this time by Duckett. Graceful shot. Saw a lot of this opening the batting for England. Just cut away for a single. 122 for 4. 1 ball left of this over from Holder, which started with 2 wides. Has seen a wicket and only 2 runs from it since that point. So good stuff from him. I went on a surf tour. I think I'm right in saying a surf tour from Sydney to Byron Bay. And I think Coffs Harbour is between those 2 points. And if it is, pretty sure I saw a shark. Well, I definitely saw a shark. Whether it was a Coffs Harbour, I can't quite remember. Down the track, Livingston, and again, rides about, clips this away. Backward of square on the leg side. Have you ever been surfing, Bats?
Sorry, all I could think about was, we're going to need a bigger boat.
I tell you, it was the first time I'd been to Australia, and I kind of figured that all this talk of, big bad animals was a little bit of an exaggeration. And I saw 3 sharks in 4 months. I would never get in the water.
Yeah, no, we used to have to do some training in Perth with Adam Hoyok back in the day, and we used to swim from groin to groin. I can't swim very well. You run up the beach, swim out, and swim.
Groin to groin.
Yeah, it's like the rock. They call them groins, don't they? The rock sort of formation.
I've never heard them called that before, but I love it.
100%. I'm sticking with it. These massive rock formations, and it's like 50 yards out, and I struggle to swim 50 yards, let alone swim 50 yards and then down.
Swim. That's
I'm
not
terrible
your
swimmer.
Sorry to break away from this chat, but there is a bit of cricket. Hussein's going to bowl his 4th over. He did pick up a wicket. That of Joss Buttler. Again, the boundary count has just started to slow after a quick start. I wonder if that's the pitch as well. And another run to the score, 124 for 4. Back to the groins.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to say I think this is the matchup now for Duckett. If he's going to take a risk, I think he should take it against the Seine now, because that square boundary on their leg side, he could really go to town on it.
5 balls as well.
It is Duckett. He is on the sweep, no connection. I'm not sure if this will be a leg by. Seemed to hit the pad. Comes through for a single, so he's missed out there. It'll be Livingston on strike for number 3 of Hussein's final over. Yeah, you did a lot of swimming in Barbados, didn't you, when we were there?
I had a turtle go under me. It's a bit more friendly than a shark. It was a big turtle, though.
Seine again, touch wider of the crease, fired in and played up comfortably enough by Livingston, up to long off.
So Livingston usually just pushes around the left arm finger spinners. It's got a strike rate of 114 against them. So we now have 3 balls left of this spell. So if I was Duckett, I'd probably be looking for a boundary or to stay on strike here.
12 from 9, Duckett. England 126 for 4 here on talkSPORT 2. Wide again. And almost hurried up. A kind of crabby looking shot there by Duckett. Plays the ball down into the ground. Comes through for a single, no big shot.
Yeah, I think it was a Seine. He went a bit more square spin, he travelled a bit quicker, looking to take it outside of some to try and take that leg side boundary out of it. Very smart bowling around the wicket to Duckett, I think.
Here's Livingston, 4 from 6. This is bag straight. Angled into the pads of Livingston. Middle stump line. And again, another single. Do you think that... I mean, Livingston's new to the crease, of course, but those 2 quick wickets just seem to have forced England back a little bit, or is it just good bowling, the conditions?
Bit of everything. You know, the momentum gets stifled a little bit. Do you take the risk now if you're Duckett? 13 from 10, do you take on your matchup now, or do you actually take it another 2 or 3 overs in and then you push again, knowing full well the pitch is getting a bit harder? You're better off to have somebody in rather than getting another new batter to the crease. There's a lot of combinations going on here, a lot of different thoughts.
What would England have done under Owen Morgan? This is tossed up a little bit more by Hussein. He gets out the over well, just another single to the score. His 4 overs spell is up, 1 wicket coming from it, 32 runs, not bad considering the first over went for 13, and after 13 overs, England 129 for 4.
No, it's a quality performance, and we talked about it earlier. He's just come back from the T10. He's got great numbers in that, very good numbers in T20 cricket. Just touching on the Owen Morgan, what would they have done under that regime? For 4 years, he basically said, we are going to play in this manner and we are not going to change. And we ended up winning a World Cup. That was 50 over cricket. Slightly different in 2020 because things happen a bit quicker. I think you need to be fractionally more planned in 2020 cricket than 50 over cricket because there isn't the down periods. So almost every ball is a bigger contest because there's only 120 to go at. I think if this was a Morgan team, he'd be saying, right, that's your matchup, you take him down. And somebody else can worry about the other bowlers.
Yeah, that ball where he just knocked it on the leg side, it's like he decided beforehand he was going to score a single. I don't think you would have seen that under Morgan.
Shepherd's back movement from Duckett. And this is an outrageous shot, but it's ended up with a wicket. And Shepherd just seems to have the sign over England at times. Duckett has picked out, essentially, short third on the full, and he's got to go for 14.
Yeah, you've got to give a bit of credit here to Shepherd. He's watched Duckett, he's watched him move around the crease, he's gone so wide, he's outside the wide line on the offside. Now, I don't know if this is fluke and Hussein's out of position, but he's so fine there, he's almost like a fly second slip, and it's just gone straight into his breadbasket. So I think you have to go all round. That's just an incredible moment from captain, bowler. Everything's just kind of gone to plan there.
I think the ball would have gone to that fielder even if he hadn't hit it. Because it was so wide, yeah. It would have gone. I mean, it's a remarkable bit of bowling to be able to do that. And unfortunately for Duckett, but we talked about this during the one-dayers. Shepherd is a very clever middle overs bowler, and they kept trying to make him into an opening bowler in that series. But this is where he's very good. He's a very smart cricketer.
He obviously watches and can see what the batter's doing. That wasn't part of his plan to bowl it that wide, because it's best part of. Super difficult to tell yourself to bowl it that wide.
It was almost a no ball because it almost missed the pitch.
Oh, it was. But you go with the batter now, don't you? So your wide goes keeps going as the batter
Not if
moves.
the ball pitches off.
Is that right?
The cut surface. I think that's an automatic no ball now. But he was in about, what, a foot? But it's a remarkable delivery. Remember, Wahab Riaz did that to Steve Smith in 2016, and Steve Smith still flicked him over the leg side for 4 from the same angle.
Sam Curran. We're getting Gareth Batty's views on his teammates, former teammate, I suppose. Cut away, no run, first ball.
Bats made a comeback. Again.
Well, you know, it wasn't that long ago that Bats was playing.
It feels a long time ago.
Not to me, mate. Not to me. I mean, it was an incredible fielding position there, isn't it? We're just looking at a replay of the dismissal.
But as you see it, it's like Hussain knows that he's tracking to his right. He's always going fine. He's not going the other way. More often than not, you're going the other way.
This is played to point by Sam Curran. He's had a difficult time of it, the World Cup. He watched a lot of cricket after a poor start. First ODI, of course, expensive. Then came back with 3 wickets at the top of the innings, which really saw the game go England's way. Here we find him now, middle order, and Shepherd 1 for 14 from his 2.5 overs, so really good stuff. This is bowled into the pitch, and Curran will get off the mark. He's 134 5 now. England, they were 98 for 1. They were 77 without loss. They're just struggling now.
Yeah, but this is why you set your team up as you do. There's a lot of batting depth with England. This pair have to take some responsibility. There's no point having the ammunition all the way down the order and people not taking that responsibility. It's okay to take a little bit of time here. There's still a lot of balls to face in this innings.
This is very short from Shepherd, and Livingston is almost too soon on the pull. Just takes a single. Thing is, though, if you look at the lineups of the two, you know, West Indies, Shepherd and Russell was their 7 and 8. England have gone with Curran and Wokes. I mean, that's a very different way about going about things, isn't it? Holder following up, whereas England have got Ahmed. I mean, these are two very different sides.
Yeah, this goes back to the old West Indies sides where they used to have so much batting depth.
6 hitters everywhere. Nicely done this time by Sam Curran. And he'll pick up 4 as well. This was as well a timed a shot as we've seen in about 5 or 6 overs, I think. Pulled this in front of the fielder at mid-wicket. And because it was timed so well, the placement was good as well. Couldn't cut it off, and so that's 4 runs to score, and England needed it as well. 14 in, 135 for 5.
Yeah, this is the challenge for all 2020 batters. When you're a pure batter and you come in that period when you're expected to hoof the ball out of the ground, lots of time people lose their shape. They lose that front side early. For Sam, it's that right side. You get that right hip out of the way, thinking that that's how the baseball strikers do it. They don't. They keep that front side in for as long as possible, which is what Sam did there. So he created more power through the shot with his left hip being in it, and that's just the purest cricket shot. Beautiful shot through straight mid wicket.
Jake LCFC7 says cricket _TS as Russell is in. This is a touch fuller from what we've seen so far from Russell, and pushed away quite nicely by Curran for a single. It says making the night shift go a bit quicker. Come on, England. I suppose we're working the night shift.
Living the dream, aren't we?
Does this work?
This is quite late for bats, isn't it?
I'm pumpkin at 9:30 nowadays, man.
There we all are, aren't we? Welcome, anyway. Thanks for getting in contact. You can do. Cricket _TS. We've had DJ Samuel saying, watching from, do you know where Warrapoka is, Jarrod? As Russell is in again. And Curran, attempted cut shot really on the front foot, but again no timing and no run.
I would assume New Zealand?
That's a very good shout. Yeah, it does sound.
It's not New Zealand?
It isn't. No, but that's a good shout like that. Any idea? Don't look. Don't read it, Pat. Come on.
I'm not reading it. I can't read anyway.
That's over a metre from him.
I don't think it's the distance that's the problem. 4 from Russell, and Curran is too soon on the drive fielded by Powell at mid-off. It's Guyana, watching from, or listening from, an American community. Cricket is what we love. Welcome, DJ Samuel.
Beautiful. The one observation in the last few minutes has been the West Indian bowlers have taken lots of pace off. Shepherd did it, Russell's followed it up, lots of pace. Holder did it, actually. Holder started it.
Livingston goes for the big shot again. This is he's trying to heave this over long off, but again he studies the bottom of his bat. He's kind of got the toe end of it. Comes through for a single. That could have gone anywhere.
It looks like at this stage anyway, one of those wickets, once you go past the 12th over, it's very hard to hit a boundary. You know, we call it, you know, the air coming out of the ball. That's what that last shot, it looked like he hit a shuttlecock. It just didn't come through. He was looking one direction and the ball limped in a different direction.
Yeah, this is where you've got to hold your shape as a batter. Don't try and overhit the ball.
Curran readies himself, short delivery, and again a bit like from Ben Duckett earlier, a fellow left-hander seems to be surprised. Maybe the ball kept a little bit low there, kind of squirted through and got back down on ball, but it didn't look comfortable at all, and takes another single. 139 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, feels like that was a bit more of a pace on ball from Russell, and he still bowls that with a cross seam. So it's still coming off at different paces. Sometimes it hits the seam and stops a fraction. Sometimes it hits the shinier side and skids through.
Last ball of the over. And Livingston eyeing up the leg side boundary. We know he's incredibly strong over there, but deceived again. Slower delivery. And it's at no run. 15 overs in then. 139 for 5 at England. Just before we throw back to Kensington Oval, where Barry Wilkinson and Stacy-Ann King are ready for us. Certainly West Indies have read the conditions, they've changed their tactics, and now it looks like England, who were looking at a score around 200, floundering a little bit.
Yeah, the batters have just got to hold their shape. I've said it a couple of times now, particularly with pace on balls. It's like they're on the first tee and they're just trying to hit it miles, as opposed to when you get on the tee and your longest drive, if you hold your shape, you're a chance of hitting it straight down the fairway. You've got to pick your gap as well as hold your position. Just feels like England at the minute, particularly Livingston, just trying to get it up and out of the ground. I think it just needs a little bit more precision from England in this point.
Azari Joseph, he's been expensive. 43 runs from his 2 overs. He's back, Curran facing, and cut away for a single. No, actually not a single. He almost hit it too well, but straight to the fielder. 139 for 5.
Yeah, off cut a slower ball again. Stayed in the surface.
Okay, well, you're listening to talkSPORT 2. If you're watching on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, please get in contact, subscribe to the channel, and then you can post us a question, which we will do our best to answer. Joseph again, Fuller, driven nicely by Curran, beats the fielder, and he'll be returned by Jason Holder. Just a single though. Livingston and Curran, both 8 apiece. 140 for 5 the score as we throw back to Kensington Oval, as Stacy-Ann King is joining us alongside Barry Wilkinson.
What a tremendous comeback this has been from the West Indies. You know, when you saw how England were going after the first 6.5, you would say perhaps 200, 220 runs. Now the average score of 155 looks plausible. Well, it's going to be none other than Azari Joseph now as he comes in and bowls to Livingston, and Livingston this time is looking to pull, misses, hit right on perhaps the forearm, and there's no run. Run rate has dropped from 13.5, Stacy-Ann King, to 9.03. Really good bowling from the West Indies.
Yeah, they've come back really well. A few cross seam deliveries and scramble seam deliveries has helped them to come back. They've picked up a few wickets, which has really stopped the scoring from England.
Livingston, who we saw bat quite well the other night. This time it's down the leg side, that's a wide. Signal wide now by the umpire. A lot of extras, Stacy-Ann, tonight from the Windies. We had some no balls from Azari Joseph, and now some wides. I think about 13 extras so far, if my memory serves me correctly.
And quite a few from West Indies, 13 to be exact.
Just slipped on that area tonight, even though they have come back tremendously thanks to that catch from Shimron Hetmar. As Joseph now comes and bowls to Livingston again, who's driving straight down the ground, but perhaps will only get a single. Picked up just about now by the captain, Rodman Powell, at the long off area. Throws into Nicholas Puran. 1 run achieved. And it's 142 for 5. What total do you think the West Indies will be comfortable with?
I think they'll want to try and restrict them to anything under 200, like a 175 possibly. They're already 142 for 5 and they're set.
At this stage they have projected to be 181-85. As Joseph comes in and bowls to Sam Curran, and Curran gets a wide delivery outside the line, the off stop this time. That's the 14th extra in the innings. Umpire Gouchard signals a wide. We've got a lady, of course, in the umpiring lineup tonight. The 4th umpire is none other than
Jacqueline Williams.
That's what you call saving your partner. Thank you so much, Stacy-Ann. But she's a lady, so you perhaps would know that.
Yeah, I've been to a few matches where she has been umpiring, standing umpire. Tonight, as you mentioned, played umpire.
Yes. Joseph comes in again and bowls. A delivery that's cut away out to the cover area. Just another single, so they're operating in singles. We haven't seen a lot of boundaries recently. The boundaries and the 6s and big 4s have slowed up a lot. Joseph, still expensive though. 48 runs he's conceded. There's still 1 ball left in his 3rd. And the England side 144 for 5. 77 without loss after the first 6. And then 67 for 5 between overs number 7 and 16. Represents a real setback there for England. Joseph now comes in the bowls to Livingston. Livingston is driving straight down the ground. Beautiful shot for 4. Just to the right of Powell at long off. And that's the kind of boundary that they would have needed to ease the pressure a little bit to end the 16th over, 4 left, and England 148 for 5.
He's been a bit expensive, Alzari Joseph, but you can see that he's trying to change up the lengths in which he's bowling. This time just too full. To Liam Livingston, driven firmly back past the bowler. Fielder had no chance. Deep long on region. But he's been expensive, Alzari Joseph. His first over went for 26, his second went for 18. He's usually been one of the leading wicket takers here in T20 cricket for West Indies.
So it's going to be Jason Holder come to bowl his last from the Joe Garner end around the wicket and bowls to Sam Curran. He's turning this one into the onside, out to mid wicket. They want 1, they can come back quite comfortably for the second. This is good cricket from England from the perspective that as the 150 comes up, you've got a long on, you've got a deep mid wicket on the boundary. There's no one for the square, short fine leg. Instead of trying to get the ball down to the boundary where you're likely to get a 4, they push it in the inner circle and run 2.
It's a good scoring option because Sam Curran will be hitting in the wind. Even though it's night time, there is still some defense going across that way because it is also the bigger boundary. So a good option. They've now put a feeler in that short mid-wicket region.
As Holder around the wicket again, bowls to Sam Curran, and Sam Curran this time has played the ball square to the offside. It's a short 3rd man for another easy single. The Windies would not mind that single at all. What they want to prevent the 4s, even plug the gaps for the 2s. The singles, perhaps not a problem.
Yeah, agreed fully. Singles, 2s, fine. Just safe boundaries at all costs. The current run rate, as you mentioned previously, is under 10. It was previously, or when they started, it was over 13.
He's coming over the wicket to the right-handed Liam Livingston. Livingston gets a delivery that is driven out to the long on area for 1. Taking a long 1 as they would call it. There's a bit of a laziness to Liam Livingston about his batting and his approach that since last season when I saw him I picked up. He just has this way about him that sometimes he doesn't have that sense of urgency. Even if he does get on with it at times, there's this bit of lazy attitude and approach to his cricket. Am I right?
It just seems to be in his own zone.
Let's hold up again now. Balls to Sam Curran, and Curran this time is again on driving just to the right of Kyle Mears, diving at mid-wicket, but he couldn't stop the run. There was a bit of hesitancy there between the two batsmen. In the end, they scampered home for another run as they went down to Brandon King there in the long on bound. One more run, 153 for 5.
Yeah, you could have heard Sam Curran shouting, wait, wait, because of that fielder that was placed in that short mid-wicket region to save a single, but Livingston had already committed.
Hold it to Livingston again, and this time Livingston is pulling and pulling well. What a shot over mid-wicket for 6. A mighty 6 there. Liam Livingston just easing the pressure. 159 for 5. He goes to 20. Too short from Jason Holt on that occasion.
Yeah, I was saying he just seems to be in his zone. Mentally, possibly just thinking about where can he score. Thinking about the fact that he needs to bat longer as well. And this was actually a very good strike from him. In the area, in the region where the breeze is supposed to be going, so a bit of help as well.
Yeah, no, you're right. They're playing in the middle pitch as well, so that went quite far into the Greenwich Inn stand as Holder balls again. This time he's driving in the air, out to long on, over. That's another 6. That was a really good shot from Liam Livingston. I think it was a slow delivery, but he picked it up early and he whacked it a mile to the left of the 3W stand. 6 more back-to-back 6s, and Jason Holder ending up pretty expensive over there as the England side now go to 165 for 5.
Yes, 17 runs coming from that Holder over. I think what he did really well there, Livingston, waiting for the change of pace and the change of line from Jason Holder. The previous delivery was short and he pulled into the leg side for 6. This time a fuller leg delivery that he got under and drove uppishly to pass mid-off for 6. So good adjustment and good awareness from Livingston.
Yeah, you got that right. So it's going to be Romario Shepherd to come back now. 165 for 5, still got 3 overs left. The run rate sneaking back up to 10, but it's just 9.7. Here comes Shepherd now, balls, and this one is whacked in the air, out to long off, over long off. That's spectacularly caught by Alzari Joseph on the long off boundary. He made it look so easy, but it wasn't. It was indeed a bit of brilliance from the little Antiguan who's been captain in the Leeward Islands so well. Many thought he should be vice captain of this team as he is in the 50 over competition, but Alzari Joseph showed his experience there on the long off boundary, leaping like Superman to pluck that out of the air and deny Sam Curran the 6. What a wonderful catch by the Windies. 165 now for 6.
Yes, Sam Curran goes for 13, but yeah, mentioning that catch from Alzari Joseph, almost plucked it from the air, like where are you going? Amazing, good athleticism. Chris Wokes comes to the crease to join Liam Livingston.
It's still a good total, not that any means should be mean this total. 165 for 6 is still pretty good, but they definitely lost their way. And you would have to give the West Indies props tonight for their catching. We saw Shimon Hetmar, we saw Brandon King, and now that one, to me, was not the smartest in terms of good thinking, but that was the sharpest of the catches that I've seen so far tonight.
Well, that saying that catches win matches, it really does stand out tonight. Whether West Indies win or not, at least they'll have some momentum with those catches and their fielding thus far.
Here comes Shepherd now, bowls to Wokes, and Wokes gets delivery. That's a Yorker length delivery, well bowled, has to defend it. Shepherd fields his own bowling and there's no run.
Yeah, scramble seam delivery from Shepherd, Yorker length. Talk about bowlers using variation. Shepherd has done well using those tonight.
Harry Joseph, who's there at the boundary looking around. He's had a pretty ordinary night, to tell the truth, but that catch certainly made up for the poor bowling. As Shepherd now comes in and bowls to Wokes, and Wokes this time is playing this beautifully out to the boundary at the sweeper, where Shimron Hetmar is. He's done quite well out there. A special good night to Crispin Esprit. They're in East London. Wallace though. Hello to you, Crispin. Listen to the commentary and enjoying it on talkSPORT 2, is it? He's a big talkSPORT 2 fan. Doesn't miss anything on talkSPORT. Yeah, Crispin Esprit from Dominique, who's living in London. Here comes Shepherd, the man from Berbice, and bowls the delivery that's on the line of the leg stump. Turns it into the onside, whips it nicely, and there's one run. A couple of Berbesians in this team tonight. We've got Hetmar from Berbice. We've got none other than the bowler Shepherd from Berbice in Ghana. We're all praying that that episode in Ghana between them and the Venezuelans can be solved pretty soon. It's of course something that's going on in the international world that we are all eyeing. Shepherd, unfazed by that, runs it down, bowls 167 for 6. Short ball that's very slow side the line of the off stump, very close to being called a wide, not called a wide, taken there by the keeper.
Yeah, this has been excellent from Shepherd. Just 2 runs scored from this over. Again, just using the pitch, using his variations, and bowling to his field as well.
He's got 1 ball left in the 18th as he comes in now and bowls to Wokes, and Wokes this time is sending this in the air, out to cover, and dropped by Jason Holder. Running in at cover, a late dive, Holder putting it down. We were there praising the Windies catching. That perhaps has just been a little staying on the night, but it can't take away from the brilliant catches we've seen. That drop catch allowing the single, and England now going to 167 for 6 at the end of the 17th with 2 overs left.
Yeah, I think Wilkes tried to work that delivery into the leg side and got a leading edge going to Jason Holder. Was quite low, but got hand stayed Jason Holder, so should have taken it. Shepherd 2 for 22 from 4 from his 4 overs. In the context of this game, a very brilliant spell.
So Andre Russell will come to bowl his final over. 17 runs he's conceded from 3, picked up a wicket, so he has not bowled badly. Let's see if he can tidy up. Hussain, Holder and Shepherd are bowled out. Here comes Russell now and bowls to Livingston, and Livingston is bowled him! Played on, it was outside the line of the off stump. He elected to pull, and it just came off the bottom portion of the bat, lighting up the stumps. As the very famous song Hit the Road Jack being played in the background, and that must be specially for the double L, Liam Livingston, who has to leave as England have lost their 7th.
And a good delivery from Andre Russell. Opting to focus on bowling stump to stump. Livingston goes for 27 from 19. 1-6, 1-4, I beg your pardon, and 2 sixes in that innings. Played on that delivery again, just trying to play it into the leg side, but Russell tends to bowl with some pace as well. So even though you think it's a short delivery and it's slow and it's not going to come on, it does kind of rush on to you quickly, as well as it's a day-night match. So the dew factor might also be coming into play.
Well, you're right. It's one of those weird times to start a cricket match. You don't usually see a cricket game in any format starting at 6 p.m. But of course they would have wanted to appease the England audience watching as well. It would have only been 10 o'clock in the night when the game started in England. And would have just got 130-minute finishes. Unlike the other night, I think cricket finished after 2. But here comes Russell now to bowl to Rian Ahmed, the new batsman, and Ahmed is looking to tail away and plays a very uncharacteristic shot. Misses taken there by the keeper on the line of the off stump, no run.
Yeah, we had quite high praises of Ahmed in the ODIs when we saw that innings from him driving through the cover. So I hope he doesn't disappoint because it's T20 cricket now.
T20 cricket makes normal batsmen do strange things. I won't be surprised if it has the same effect for him. Here comes Andre Russell. steams in now, bowls to Ahmed, and Ahmed again tails away. This time he tucks the ball into the onside, out to mid-wicket. They get one. They're going to come back for the second. No, they won't. That would have been a suicidal second, and they settle for the single. So one's all told, 1 to Wokes, 1 to Ahmed. Russell's got 2 for 18. It's 168 for 7, with just about 9 balls left in the innings, or 9 legal deliveries, you'll have to say. Never know if the England side might be bowled out. But 168 for 7.
Something to look out for is the English bowlers when it's their time to bowl. We've seen what the wicket has done so far for spin and pace.
Russell in again and bowls, and this delivery is tucked away. Kyle Mears at backward point. 1 run again. And you're right, because the wicket has just seemed to just change up a little bit. It seemed to be flat and fast for the first 6 overs. Now it seems to be doing some tricky things. I wouldn't say it's too paced. The ball doesn't seem to be coming on. Definitely not coming on like it was at 6 o'clock this evening.
Just think from an English perspective, you've got 4 spinners that you can use, which is important.
Russell now bowls to Ahmed, and Ahmed is driving in the air, out to long on. This should be another catch. Catch taken. It's the captain Powell. The power of Russell. Dropping that Kurt run rate to 8 now, with Russell taking 3 with 1 ball left. It's another wicket in the England team. The London Bridge is falling down.
Yeah, an interesting shot from Ahmed trying to take on the long off. It holds out very far in the field to Andre Russell. An easy catch for Robman Powell. He goes for 1 from 3. Russell, as you mentioned, picking up his 3rd, and what a comeback this has been for him. Hasn't featured for West Indies since 2021. But he's been around international, well, T20 cricket, I beg your pardon, and showing what he's been doing out there.
So Adil Rashid in his 100th appearance for England in T20s. 32 innings, just 100 runs, not a big bat at all. Here comes Russell now, bowls his first ball to Adil Rashid, and Rashid gets a wide delivery outside of the off-stump. He flirted at it, bounced a couple of times, taken by the keeper, no run. Russell ends a fantastic spell, 4 overs, 3 for 19. He must feel quite happy about his comeback into the side.
Yeah, most definitely. Good bowling spell. 3 for 19. Career best as well for him. Previous best was 3 for 43 versus Australia in 2021. Final over to go. England 169 for 8. How many can they get in this over? Alzari Joseph with ball in hand.
So Joseph bowls the last over, and this one is flicked in the air out to the cover area. They get 1, and that's all they'll be. 170 then now for 8. 1 over left. The thing about it is, when you look at this West Indies team, are they a bowler short?
Yeah, no 6th bowler, just 5 bowlers picked. Akil Hussain, Jason Holder, Andre Russell, Alzari Joseph, and Romario Shepherd. So not a 6th option, and we saw that in the ODIs as well.
Russell bowls again, he's bowled him! Joseph, correction, middle stump, knocked out of the ground. That was a wild shot. It was short, it kept low, and he swung across it, and Adil Rashid is bowled all over the shot. And now England are down to 9, 170 is theirs total.
Rashid goes without scoring, but a brilliant delivery from Joseph. A scramble seam, wicket to wicket, not giving Rashid any room. You miss, I hit, literally.
I did say that there was a possibility of England being bowled out, and that's very much a possibility. There are 4 legal deliveries left. And we've got Mills now coming to the crease. This has been a fantastic comeback by the West Indies. 77 off the first 6. Then the next 14. They've picked up 9 wickets for 93 runs. Really good cricket from the West Indies. 93 for 9 essentially. In the next phase of the match for the West Indies, between overs number 6 and 20. So they would feel very happy about this comeback. It's going to be Mills to possibly face 4 balls or so. England at least. 170 for 9. Here comes Alzari Joseph now. Runs in now. Bowls to Mills. And Mills this time is getting a wide ball down the leg side. Signal wide there by the umpire. If anything, Joseph has been guilty of bowling those wides and no balls tonight.
Yeah, most definitely 4 wides bowled previously, so this makes it 5. Just a bit too many. In total wides.
Here comes Joseph now in again, steams in and bowls to Mills, and Mills gets a short ball. He's looking to pull, misses it, taken there by the keeper. They're appealing for a catch. They're appealing for a catch. At least Nicholas Pooran is appealing for a catch. Joseph doesn't seem too interested, but they're asking to refer that, and they're actually going to review it. So I think Nicholas Pooran has prompted the captain to review it. Joseph doesn't see the point in it.
PV umpire director. We have a players review for.
If you know Nicholas Pooran, he appeals for everything.
The original decision on the field is not out. I've checked the bowler's feet. It's a fair delivery.
So the umpire having a look. The original decision is not out.
That's Gregory Brathwaite. You might be hearing inside of the microphone. It was a short ball outside the line of the off stump. He went to pull, went very close to the back. They want to look at.
Doesn't appear to be
edge.
any back. Doesn't appear to be any. I'd like to use outer edge to confirm.
Edge now comes into play. Oh, he's edged it. He's edged it. He's gone. Well, Nicholas Pooran. What a beaut. What a call on that. Alzari Joseph was upset and was saying, "What's the point?" But he's got a wicket. Well done. Good review from Nicholas Pooran. Pooran was so convinced, so too was Kyle Mears at the short third man. No one else was convinced. In fact, Joseph said, "What's the point?" He went back to his mark to bowl, and in the end, Pooran has done a great favour there for Alzari Joseph. Expensive night, but what do you know? He's finished with 2 wickets.
Yeah, we can smile now. West Indies players can smile now because they've won it, but before, faces were very gloomed that you're wasting time, Nicholas Pooran. England all out for 171.
I've never seen anything like that. I thought that was quite comical because Pooran was so convinced that he edged it. In fact, you heard Gregory Brathwaite, the umpire, saying it doesn't appear to be any bat onto that. Let's get Ultra Edge to confirm. And when Ultra Edge confirmed, it was a massive spike. So he actually came off, the ball actually came off the middle of the bat. But look, 171 all out in 19.3. Phil Salt caught Hetmeyer Ball Russell for 40 from 20 balls, 6 fours and a 6. Josh Butler, the captain, caught Hetmeyer Ball Hussain for 39 from 31, 5 fours and a 6. Will Jacks caught King Bull Joseph 17. Ben Duckett caught Hussain Bull Shepherd 14. Harry Book caught Pooran Bull Holder for 1. Liam Livingston was bowled by Russell for 27. Sam Curran was caught Joseph Bull Shepherd for 13. Wokes came 3 not out. Rayan Ahmed caught Powell Bull Russell for 1. Adil Rashid bowled Joseph for duck, and in the end Timber Mills was caught by Pooran, the keeper, off of Joseph for duck. 16 extras, 1 leg by, 2 no balls and 13 wides. 171 all out in 19.3. Hussain 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32. Jason Holder 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 43 was expensive. Andre Russell, the pick of the bowlers, 4 overs, no maiden, 3 for 13. Alzari Joseph 3 overs and 3 balls, no maidens, 3 for 54. And Romario Shepherd 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 22. A quick word from Stacy-Ann.
Yeah, good total set by England, 171. Average score or first inning score between both teams is usually around 174. So I think from England's perspective, they might just be upset that they did not bat out the 20 overs. Only 3 balls, but nonetheless it could have made a difference. We never know. But this has been exceptional from West Indies, being able to pull things back after the start in which England got 77 before the first wicket. So really good from a West Indies perspective. England's bowlers, well, they'll have their work cut out. Look out for those spinners that have been named in this English team, 4 of them. So they may be impactful on the surface.
Yeah, you're right. So Andre Russell, the pick of the bowlers, 3 wickets on his comeback. 172 is a victory target for the West Indies. It promises to be exciting action. We're going to have the review, of course, of the replay with all the wickets and so on coming up. But let's go back to the studio before we head back to see how the Windies will get along in this target.
This is talkSPORT 2.
We're reaching a dramatic climax to the festive season. She's checked out the Christmas tree formation. The kids' presents are there. But where's the husband's gift? Is there still time? She's looking at skullshaver.co.uk. Will it be the silver, the platinum or the gold Skullshaver Pitbull Pro? He wants a close shave, and let me tell you, it doesn't get closer. She strikes, and yes, she's back to winner. Maybe he'll buy her a Skullshaver Butterfly Pro and make her feel like a lioness. Get to skullshaver.co.uk today.
This Christmas, get them something they really want. The new talkSPORT football trivia game. Put your encyclopedic football IQ on the spot with the board game the whole family can play that won't leave anyone bored. And at $19.99, even Scrooges can afford one. The talkSPORT football trivia game. Available now from Sports Direct, House of Fraser, Game, Amazon, Sainsbury's and all good toy retailers.
A delicious Aldi Christmas dinner that's bound to be a festive winner. Fresh British turkey and all the trimmings. Christmas dinner for 6 for under £16 from the which cheapest supermarket of the year. Aldi. Share the love this Christmas. Details at aldi.co.uk/swap. All available in store from the 19th of December.
At your work Christmas do? Not feeling the canapes? Why not get a pick-me-up with McDonald's limited edition Chicken Big Mac with 2 deliciously crispy chicken patties, our iconic Big Mac sauce, and gherkins, or not. Only available until the 3rd of January. Served from 11 a.m, subject to availability.
This is talkSPORT
2. Hussain about to bowl his second delivery is in, and this is edged. A diving attempt at first slip. Went close to the fielder and rattles away to the boundary for 4. Saltless down here, and this is a beautiful shot. Fuller and Butler will take a 1 bounce 4 over long on, and the score moves along. Salt, he lived in Barbados, of course, as he gives himself room, and Salt just helps this up and over the circle, on the offside and away for another 4.
It's a wonderful piece of batting.
So again, 3 dot balls, and Butler does connect this time, clips it up and over. Fine leg for 6. Looks like he's fighting himself basically, and that may be the end of Butler. It is Fuller, and is that an edge? Is Brook going to go? The umpire's finger is up. A wild swipe by Brook, and England lose a cheap one. Shepherd's back movement from Duckett, and this is an outrageous shot, but it's ended up with a wicket, and Shepherd just seems to have the side over England at times.
Russell now balls to Ahmed, and Ahmed is driving in the air, out to long on. This should be another catch. Catch taken. It's the captain, Powell. The power of Russell. It's another wicket in the England team. The London Bridge is falling down.
Well, welcome back to talkSPORT 2's coverage of the first of 5 T20s between West Indies and England. England have been bowled out for 171 with Andre Russell on his return to the side, picking up 3 for 19. Alzari Joseph, his first 2 overs are extraordinarily expensive, but he picked up 3 wickets himself, 54 for 3, or 3 for 54, and wickets for Shepherd, Holder and Hussain. So West Indies, after a start which you'd have to say went the way of England, 77 without loss in the power play, and they pulled things back in dramatic fashion. From an English perspective, Phil Salt at the top of the order with 40, Joss Buttler with 39. Not a lot after that though, 27 to Liam Livingstone. We'll be back with all the action from that second innings run chase very shortly. Very often at talkSPORT, the conversations that have taken place off air have been more interesting than the conversations on. That hasn't been the case in the last 5 minutes. Dear listeners and viewers to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, I've sat between Jarrod Kimber to the left of me and Gareth Batty, head coach of Surrey, to the right, as they've discussed cars and solar panelling. Glad to say that conversation is going to come to an end for the next 15 minutes or so. We're going to look ahead to England's tour of India, which of course gets underway in, well, the first test is in Hyderabad on the 25th of January, so not too long until England go. And I'm sure if you're a cricket fan, you know that the England squad was announced yesterday. Rob Key, I forget his title, Managing Director of England, spoke to the press via Zoom and announced the squad. There are a few surprises in there. Height and potential eclipse experience in spin gamble is how, not that he writes his own headlines, but it's the headline for the article written by Mike Atherton, who has been speaking for Sky Sports as well. Very interesting it is too. I suppose it's at times like these that whoever selects the commentary team should pat themselves on the back. Gareth Batty alongside me. Who better to ask about some of these unheralded names that are in this squad than you? First off, well, let's start with the players that are in. In and amongst the Rayan Ahmeds and returning Jack Leaches of the world, there's a couple of surprising names, and a couple of names that actually a lot of cricket journalists out there wouldn't have actually come across too often. Now let's start with the real standout one. Shoaib Bashir plays for Somerset. He's 20. He's only played a handful of first-class games. You've seen him. What are your thoughts? And what do you think of the rationale behind his inclusion within the England Test squad?
Young man, he came through the ranks at Surrey through the academy, so I saw him a little bit there down at Georgia at school in the winter. He had an incredible growing spurt at 17, and the way that the system works in England is basically if you are not in, if you're not signed on as a pro at 18, you can't be on academies. So you kind of go missing, which was kind of the bit that, unfortunate for him, he missed the boat with Surrey, and fortunately for Somerset, they got a young man who grew about 1.5 foot in a few months, which obviously affects balance, affects this, affects that. He missed out going pro with us because of a couple of other good young spinners that we have at Surrey, and he's made some really nice progression at Somerset.
We'll continue this conversation. Sam Curran begins his over, the first over of the West Indies reply. Brandon King and Carl Mayers opening up for the Windies. Brandon King, who played in the ODI series against England. Carl Mayers, who's been in the UAE for the last 2 weeks or so. The target 172 if you're just joining us here on talkSPORT 2 or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. And myself, John Norman, alongside Jarrod Kimber and also the head coach of Surrey, Gareth Batty. Down the leg side, clipped away, and it just evades the diving fielder at deep square. And Brandon King gets at the West Indies at run chase off to the perfect start. 6 from the bat. West Indies 6 without loss.
Yeah, first ball from Sam Curran, swung back beautifully from about off stump just into middle stump. This ball, he's almost trying to go across the right-hander and just started it a little bit straight, and it stays on leg stump. And King, does he just get his wrist through that ball and hits it up and high in front of square. Will Jacks couldn't get anywhere near it, unfortunately, from an England point of view.
Crowd to their feet with that one. This is a swing and a miss from King. I suppose if the West Indies feel like the innings is going to go as England's did, they're going to know they need to score their runs early, because you don't want to be left waiting, because certainly run scoring towards the back end of England's innings got more and more difficult.
Yeah, the pitch got tired, didn't it? There was some very good bowling. I'm not taking that away from the West Indian bowlers, but they used the cutters, they used slower balls, they bowled it into the surface. England would have seen that and be able to use that to their advantage. So it's what we see in this power play will be important.
Down the track, beautifully played by Brandon King. I tell you what, it looked like he was going to swing through the line there, targeting long on, but in the end, he has driven Curran over his head. He's held a pose as well, and that's another boundary in this first over.
Oh, that's magnificent. That's Rolls-Royce batting from King. Skip down the wicket, beautiful transition of weight, and then just holds that beautiful check drive and hits it straight back over Sam Curran's head. Beautiful batting.
So, pressure on England at these early stages. Pitched up, there's a shout for leg before. The ball squirts to Tamar Mills, who's just inside the circle. It's a short third, and a little look from the bowler there. He felt like possibly ball hit pad before going on to hit back.
If that's hit him on the pad, it's out, isn't it? Swung back beautifully into that front shin area. I just assumed he'd hit it. He has. He's smacked it outside edge. It's gone down to third man.
So it was the bat hitting the pad, basically, wasn't it? But the bowler thought that possibly the ball had hit the pad before hitting the bat. But no run. One ball left to the first over, and this is pulled away masterfully. Wow, what a shot! Nearly taken out a spectator who's sitting just below the dressing rooms at the Kensington Oval. And Brandon King has hit 16 from the first over.
Yeah, Sam Curran trying to go across him again, trying to feed the slip, but just a fraction short, a fraction wide. And King would have seen what the first innings had to offer. He knows he's got to go hard in this opening power play. Wow, he started so well. 16 off the first over and played some wonderful shots. He really has.
So these two guys, King and Mayers, absolutely love seam bowling. It's where they go. I don't think it will be very long before we see a spinner. They're both weak against spin, but both score at well over a strike rate of 150 against seam bowling. Kyle Mayers struggles a little bit more against the left armers, but absolutely loves the right armers. But you can bowl leg spin to both of them, and I would assume that we will see a leg spinner sooner rather than later. And as I've said that, there's an off spinner coming on. Close enough.
I think it's quite tough to bowl leg spin in the power play. You don't see many, do you? See a few.
Will Jacks is in. He gives this delivery plenty of flight, and it's played into the water point by Kyle Mayers. No run. 16 with that loss end in the second over. West Indies needing 172. Jacks in again. This is dragged down and absolutely smashed out the ground. Wow, what a shot from Kyle Mayers. He's only been in the country for a little over 24 hours. That ball might have just been heading back to the UAE.
On a cruise ship. That's gone absolutely miles. It sounded so good off the bat. Will Jacks unfortunately has dragged it down a little bit. But Mayers take nothing away from the power and the skill of this. Now we're getting the distance up on the monitor here saying 99 metres. I'm saying 199 metres. It went miles.
The last one was 84 and it barely went over the boundary. This one's gone on the roof. That is 99. Just to explain, Mayers versus off spin has a strike rate of 115. He usually doesn't attack, but that was such a poor ball, and they clearly are trying to maximise this new ball after what happened to England.
You could see Will Jacks' first ball actually had him in a little bit of trouble. Will Jacks generally will go into the right-handers, so to the left-handers he's going to drift it on his outside edge and continue spinning it that way at times.
Well, real pressure here. Jacks is in again. This is plenty of flight, and Mayers, this is a good-looking shot. He's definitely going to pick up a couple. And is that some decent fielding on the boundary's edge at deep point? I think it is. This is gracefully played, though, back on the back foot and punching this past point. Harry Brook does well to prevent boundary number 2 for the over.
Yeah, it's difficult sat watching on the monitor that we are, but it feels like the angles there were a little bit off for Will Jacks. He's bowled a nice ball and it's squirted through and beat that infield, that sort of point, backward point, just in front of point sort of area. That's where you really need to get your angles right. And Mayers plays a nice shot. Again, that sort of technically proficient shot as opposed to the sometimes 2020 sort of cowboy slogging that we see. It's proper shots at the minute.
King now facing up, touch fuller from Jacks, who fires this in a little bit faster, and King can't get this ball away. Will Jacks was not named in the India squad. Rob Key preferring to let him play a little bit of white ball cricket ahead of the T20 World Cup, which is taking place in June. Down the track is King. Doesn't quite get this where he wanted it to. Checks his shot again, actually. Looked like he might be coming down to loft this over mid-off, but in the end it almost drags it straight, and with enough power on it to beat the fielder. 4 more to the score.
Yeah, it's just the length that King makes. He gets down the wicket, he advances and gets it full, gets it into that slot area.
Last ball of the over. Jacks is in, dragged down again. Faster from Jacks, no timing from King. 2 overs in, and West Indies are off to a lightning start. 30 without loss.
Jacks is usually a really good bowler in the first couple of overs as well, specifically the second over, but first couple of overs usually does quite well. Goes it around a runner ball, can take wickets there as well. It's probably when he's best. You can sneak a couple in around the middle of the game with it, but he's probably at his best because he's a little bit taller, and if the ball skids, it's a little bit tricky for the batters. Is that fair?
Yeah, his angles actually shut down generally the arms that you want as a batter to get free and get it up and out. I think, you know, the second ball of the over, he gets a little bit short and Myers just unsettles him a bit, but he's pretty comfortable as a rule in sort of bowling in that power play, and it's something he's very adept at. He's very smart, very intelligent, watches the batters, but I mean, this is intense pressure that England are under here, basically because the West Indies know they've got to score heavily in the power play, because it's only going to get harder and harder as the game goes on.
Chris Wokes to bowl his first over. He's in, angles in on the pads of King, who plays this into the leg side. There's a slip by King, and Mayers has to run back. So just 1 run from Chris Wokes' first delivery.
Just traditionally, West Indian batters don't bat in spikes as much as cricketers from around the world that do. It's partially because their pitches aren't as slippery. In Australia, you can't not bat in spikes because you will fall over every time you run down. There are a lot of West Indians who don't bat in spikes, so you do see them slip more than some other players do.
Works again. Is in Myers' faces and plays this nicely. Again, on the back foot, punches it through point with a straight bat, just opens the face, and the score moves along, 32 without loss.
Yeah, it's going back to what we saw in the first innings with England, the ball skipping on nicely into the blade. Myers not taking massive risk there, just playing a lovely shot, top of the bounce, and it flew to that point fielder. That's not going to go on, it's not going to continue like that for too many more overs, so the West Indies really do need to capitalise on this ball skipping into the bat.
King is forward, he's wrapped on the pad, but via an inside edge. Either way, stifled yelp from Chris Wokes, who slow delivery as well, very slow.
Yeah, it's his off spinner. He holds it. It's almost like a. In fact, no, I've got it wrong. It was like a back spinner. He's bowling out the back of the hand, so the fingers, without any momentum, come down the back of the hand to put no velocity on the ball. I thought when I'd seen it originally, I thought it'd come down the side like an off spin.
Travelled like a UFO, didn't it?
Yeah, it takes all the strength of ball out of it.
Wokes again. It is crashed away and caught brilliantly by Ben Duckett at cover points. It was there to be hit. King did hit it, but Duckett has flown to his left and taken a great grab.
Oh, yeah, what a grab this is. He's absolutely met it as King. He smashed it, and Duckett, any Premier League keeper would have been proud of that, up and high to his left. Managed to get 2 hands in it. I think he had to get 2 hands because it was struck so hard. I think one hand it would have burst through. Duckett to hold on to that, and massive wicket from an England point of view, because the 2, King and Mayers, were getting a lovely little partnership there. And we saw with the England innings, if you can take wickets at regular intervals, it makes it harder for the new batters coming in as this ball gets a fraction older. So early wickets are crucial for England. First one goes to Wokes. Smart bowling from Wokes. He's bowled 4 balls already, 3 slower balls.
Yeah, well, England needed that for sure. Brandon King has smashed 22 in quick time, but boy, was that a decent catch from Ben Duckett. You don't often see him field there, do you, Duckett? I suppose he hasn't played a lot of white ball cricket for England. Shai Hope, the new batter at the crease. Terrific record in ODI form of the game. Less so in T20s. I was reading yesterday, I think he's only played, let me just get this right, he's only played in 8 of the last 68 T20s for the West Indies. He's going to have a chance today though. This is pitched up by Wokes, and what a shot that is. He has placed this past Sam Curran, who was stationed at mid-on, and that has flown to the boundary for 4.
Oh wow. If that's what he's got in offer today, we may as well not watch anymore. This is game over. What a wonderful shot this is. Holds his balance. Wokes has done minimal wrong. He's fired it right in at sort of middle stump, challenging the balance of a brand new batter to the crease, and Hope has just drilled him through straight mid-wicket. Just absolute batting prowess. Wonderful batting.
Hope readies himself and tries to just play a little bit of tip and run, drop this into the offside and come through, but inside portion of the bat onto the pad, and that's the end of a good over for Chris Wokes in the power play. 6 runs from it, and that wicket of Brandon King. 36 for 1 West Indies.
This matchup actually, well, not matchup, but this combination of batters makes a little bit more sense for the West Indies, because Shai Hope likes the spin and will go after the spin, and Kyle Mayes can go after the pace, so it matches a little bit better. The Brandon King Kyle Mayes one is a little bit two guys who are the same, and I know why they want them, because they both absolutely whack it, but that combination is a little bit better. But Shai Hope for years turned his back on T20 cricket, but we've seen in one-day cricket he's completely changed the way he's played, and you can see now why it would make sense for him to come back. I still think Hope, Puran and Hetmeyer are probably better in that kind of role, but at number 3 you might want your better bat, and at the moment that is Hope.
Tamar Mills about to bowl his first over, and he'll have to bowl it again down the leg side and called a wide. 37 for 1. Tamar Mills hasn't played for England in a while. In fact, he's played just 13 matches in 7 years. He of course had a lot of injuries at the start, fell out of favour a little bit, had a little bit of a loss of form. He's a good guy. He's been part of the talkSPORT cricket commentary team on occasion as well.
He doesn't even play for Surrey.
I know, well, that's not my fault. Bat?
Not to do with me.
Here he is again. Mills is in. Left up over the wicket, and a short delivery, and Myers dives for cover.
Neither of these guys love left arm fast. They're both okay against left arm fast medium, so against someone like Curran, but both of them, if you look at the intelligent cricket numbers here, both very in the red against left arm fast. So straight away, he just hasn't looked like he's lined up very well against that, has he? About both the balls, really. Yeah,
he's almost got a cross to his off stump and shut himself off, so stick it in his right ear, it's going to be difficult for him. Mind you, at 90 miles an hour, it's pretty tough for anybody.
Mills again. This doesn't quite come out right. It's gone down the leg side. Attempted slow, well, it was a slow delivery, but the line was all over the place.
Fair to say we've already seen more slower balls by England in the power play than we did from the West Indies. Yeah,
England have been smart. They've learned from the West Indies. The one thing I would say from seeing Mills for the last 2 or 3 years in county cricket, for a man that can bowl fast, he bowls too many slower balls, for me.
Well, that was his back of the hand slower delivery. It was slow, but as I say, got the line wrong. This is a fraction shorter. Myers is quick on the pull, but no real timing. He'll take a single. The score moves along to 39 for 1 West Indies.
It's twofold what I just said about Mills. I think he's a quality bowler. There's also me being a rubbish off spinner, so if I could bowl at 90 miles an hour, I'd just try and hit everybody on the head. But I think it's an asset to be able to bowl with that speed, that velocity. If you get your length and line right, there ain't many players in the world who can take you down. And I think you've got to go to that first and back it and back it and back it, and then go to your change-ups to make your fast ball even better.
Mills is in, and Shai Hope. It's a decent connection, but actually, probably the fact that he didn't time that perfectly meant that he didn't pick out the fielder at deep square. He moves to 5. I think Goffey's after Shai Hope at Yorkshire. He played a couple of games this year. The problem is, if he does well in the T20, then he might be in the West Indies T20 World Cup squad, and if he is that, then that might rule him out a little bit for Yorkshire. We shall see. Either way, it's Myers facing up, and this is, again, he doesn't look comfortable at all, does he, Myers, against Tamar Mills, and kind of shuffles this delivery back to the bowler, no run.
If Hope could play the way that he has been, and you know you've got Pooran and Hetmeyer behind him, and you know you've got Mayers King or Andre Fletcher or Rakinko or whoever, you know, one of those hard-hitting guys at the front, it's kind of a good partnership. You can always drop Hope down if the openers go completely nuts, and then bring Pooran or Hetmeyer in early on. You've also got 3 players who play spin really well in a row, which makes it a little bit tricky for the opposition. 1 right hand, 2 left-handers.
Mayers it is, facing short delivery, and if his first 6 went the distance, well, this has just dropped a fraction short. It's hit the roof, and they're going to have to get new balls. 46 for 1 West Indies, and that's another massive hit from the West Indian.
Yeah, just got length wrong. It's almost sort of 4.5 outside off stump, 4.5 stumps, and the length is just that beautiful height, just above the waist, in that sort of baseball swing arc. And wow, Myers absolutely climbs into it. Similar, probably about 70 mile an hour difference to the ball that he hits Jacks. You know, it's a similar sort of height, and he just absolutely cleans it out.
Does that ball have to be closer to him? Because I know you talked about the height, but I think even with Myers, if you aim it at his arm,
yep.
Especially as a left armer, you probably closes himself off a little bit.
Yep, it's kind of perfectly into the arc of his swing. And if you get it inside his right eye, going more onto his hip, under his armpit, into his right ear, then you're a real chance, because he can't get his arms free. He's one of those big strikers of a ball, but it's kind of the baseball swing where he needs to get his arms free outside of his off stump. If you took him up a little bit, I'm not sure he's quite got that skill set.
Well, for the second time, they're having to get the box of balls out.
The test match we covered, they lost 100 balls, didn't they? Do you remember they just kept getting hit out the ground? Was it Hetmeyer, Holder? Who else hit them? No, it was one of the ODIs we covered there where they kept hitting the ball out. It was Gale, wasn't it? Gale and Hetmeyer, maybe?
I've got a feeling you're right, though. I think Holder whooped a few as well at the end.
Was Johnson Charles playing them? Or was it Evan Lewis?
It might have been Evan Lewis, actually.
Either way, England may feel like they've been here before. Can Mills get out the over? It's gone for 10. Myers is facing. This is dropped. There would have been another good catch. Didn't quite have the pace on the King dismissal. It's Duckett again. He only got 1 hand to this, and he's put it down.
Yeah, it's a back of the hand slow ball from Mills, really changing that pace, going down the gears, back of a length. Myers, to be fair to him, held a good position and just threw his hands through it, so he got decent contact. But Duckett flying to his right this time, top right hand corner. He's had a top left bin and he's caught that one top right, got a bit of a wrist on it and it's gone down. I think we'll have to say he saved 3 runs rather than dropping the catch. It was a tough effort.
Wow, it's all going on. I could feel the excitement from Barry Wilkinson, and he's not due on for another over. There is something that I do find a little bit disquieting about West Indies cricket. I'll mention it after this delivery. Chris Wokes is going to bowl his 2nd over. He picked up a wicket in his 1st. This is played beautifully by Myers. Really good shot, really rocking back on the cut. Pick up a single. You know the noise that you hear when there's been a no ball? Well, it does sound. Yes. It sounds like somebody in the crowd is basically using that as a musical instrument. I keep thinking that no ball's been fired off, and it's just some bloke. I don't know if it's the DJ or it's just somebody in the crowd. Maybe we can get Sam Ellard to go and find out. Hope 5 from 3, facing up, and he's on the drive, trying to go straight, but gets a thick inside edge. Jacks fields at square leg. 1 run, 49 for 1. West Indies, as England did, getting off to a good start. England, after 6 overs, the power play, 77 without loss. Salt and Butler opening up. The pitch, though, from that point onwards, got more and more difficult. Certainly England made it look that way as the innings progress, and that, you'd think, is what the West Indies openers and the number 3 Shai Hope are factoring in. Short delivery, again a slow delivery, cutter possibly, and Myers is too soon on the pull shot, no run.
I think the one thing that England will be wary of, yes, going pace off, yes, it's going to be difficult. There's an awesome amount of power in that West Indies batting lineup, and I think England allowed the West Indies to get the odd one wrong, and it didn't go out of the ground quite the same as what it could do for the West Indian team. They do have huge power.
It does look a worryingly long and powerful full, and driven by Myers, but no run. Jarrod, you said at the start of the innings, it does look like a bit of a throwback West Indies lineup. You know, you go back, what, 4 years, 3 or 4 years, when they were in full beast mode when it comes to 6 hitting. And it kind of does resemble that, doesn't it, the look of it?
Yeah, they've got about 5 or 6 guys in that middle, period who just are huge and are going to hit lots of sixes. And Hetmeyer and Pooran can do just the same, right? So it's pretty dominant.
Cut away by Myers to deep point, where it's fielded by Jacks, whose first over, possibly his only over, got the treatment. 50 up then for West Indies, 1 ball left of the 5th. Myers 20 and Shai Hope is 6.
Yeah, Walks leading from the front, as you want your senior bowlers to do, I suppose, emulating what Russell did for the West Indies. Being very smart about what fielder he's going to put out. He's bowled a cutter there twice to Hetmeyer to get him off strike. A cut ball out to the deep fielder at point. Smart bowling.
Last ball of Chris Woakes over, and Shai Hope takes 6. That's another good looking shot. It wasn't a bad ball, but it has gone the distance, and Shai Hope doubles his score. Woakes can't get out the over. It's another good one for the West Indies, and at the 5 over stage they're 56 for 1.
Yeah, it's another slower ball. This time he just gets it a fraction full. It goes up out the hand. There's no velocity on the ball, and Hope spots that. Gets a good amount down the wicket, gets a solid base and puts his hand through the ball over long on. Smart batting from Hope.
Sam Curran is back for his second over. The first one went for 16. A little bit of pressure on his shoulders to find out how that over goes. And the West Indies run chase. Let's head back out to the Kensington Oval. The former West Indies all-rounder Stacy-Ann King is alongside talkSPORT 2's very own Barry Wilkinson.
56 for 1. Curran just tosses the ball from hand to hand. So it's the left arm seamer to the left-handed batsman Mears, who's on 20. Here he comes now and bowls to Mears, and Mears this time is driving down the ground. He'll get 1. Might think of the second. Nope. He'll settle for the single. Liam Livingston is onto it quite quickly, and just 1 run. So 57 for 1. The Windies going at 7.75. Mears, despite those 2 rollicking sixes, both of which were hit on the ground, he's only still got 21 from 14. Hope has got 12 from 5, but Hope has looked quite special tonight. There's been timing the ball immaculately. He's had such a great season in just everything he's played so far, whether it be T20, 50 over. He's really done very well, Shai Hope, and whoever he's played for, the Amazon Warriors. He's played at any time for his island Barbados in the 50 over regional list A. Or for the West Indies. Here comes Curran now, bowls to Hope, and Hope this time is driving, not timing it at all. Straight to cover, and there's no runs. 57 for 1. Stacy-Ann King, how do you judge this response so far from the West Indies?
Yeah, good response from West Indies thus far. I was impressed with those 2 sixes from Kyle Mears on the roof of Kensington Oval. Shai Hope is out there with him.
Currently comes in and bowls to Hope, and Hope this time is going to pull at this. It was a slower ball. It was short, it was wide, it was a slow delivery. He didn't at all time it and missed it in the end. It's taken there by the keeper, no run.
Yeah, you talk about variations, and we saw what that variable bounce did when West Indies bowled with West Indies seamers using those scrambled seams. So we expect to see it from the English seamers.
Has the pitch played to your expectation in this second innings?
Few deliveries from the seamers did carry through, good bounce and carry, but a few did stay low, so not exactly.
Short delivery, pulled out to the mid-wicket area, but there's a fielder on the boundary, runs in. Harry Brook, and just one more run to Hope. 13 from 8, Shea Hope has. It's 58 for 1. The victory target, the highest run chase in T20s it would have to be at this ground, of 172 the target. I was just speaking to local producer Sam, and he was saying to him that not a lot of T20s really, internationals have been played here realistically, because Kensington usually gets the test matches when international comes around. The T20s usually go to the other venues, but we are seeing England playing here early last year, now late this year. So that's quite an anomaly. As Mears on strike on 21. Here comes Curtly, goes to Mears, and Mears is driving along the ground out to the mid-on area for another single. Kyle Mears back from playing in the Abu Dhabi T10. That T10 tournament recently climaxed. So a number of the players are back. Jason Holder came back, Nicholas Puran, Kyle Mears, and Andrew Russell.
Yeah, I almost thought it was a West Indies regional tournament because of the amount of West Indian players that I saw there.
Kyron Pollard was there, Dwayne Bravo was there. I believe Dominic Drakes, speak to correction, but they certainly had a lot of young West Indians there. It's going to be Sam Curran, comes in again now, bowls to Hope, and Hope gets a short ball. He's looking to cut, doesn't time it again. Straight to the fielder at cover, and there's no run. The over ends, 6 gone, 59 for 1. The target 172. Hope has got 13. Mears has got 22.
Eric Pride run rate 8.07. At this stage, England was 77 without loss. West Indies 59 for 1. They chased that total of 171, 172 to win. 4 bowlers used thus far from England. Just Chris Wilkes picking up the wicket. That of Brandon King for 22 from 12. Just wonder, with all the changes being made, when are we going to see a bit more spin on the surface?
Yeah, you know, you spoke about the spin earlier, Stacy-Ann, and we haven't really seen it yet to full effect. Just as you mentioned it, here comes Ahmed now, and he bowls, and this delivery is short and is pulled away in the air, out to mid-wicket, over mid-wicket, is gone for 6. Well, he hit that like Shoha Othani from the LA Angels. He's a left-hander as well. He smashes it for homers, and that certainly went just as far for 6.
Yeah, another glorious shot from Kyle Mears, left-handed batter, and pulling into the longer side of this boundary.
Ahmed again bowls to Mears, and Mears this time tails away, plays a bit of a late cut. So this has been a very strange innings from Kyle Mears. He's struck 3 sixes, 1 4. He's got 28 from 17, 65 for 1. 2 Barbadians at the crease, Hope and Mears. As this delivery again is pitched up and driven in the air, out to long off, over long off, 6 more! Going once, going twice, sold for 6 to Kyle Mears.
Yeah, another dazzling 6 from Kyle Mears. I wonder what brand of bat that is. It just seems to make good connection and executes quite well.
Well, the brand of the bat, it says what? Sunny Tours, is that what it says? Never heard of that one. Perhaps this is something new in the market that is working quite well. As Almada comes again and bowls to Mears, and Mears again on the back foot, cramped for room, had to defend it in the end and played it back to the bowler, no run. So he's got 34 from 19. It's 71 for 1. They need now 101 more runs to win this clash. As Ahmed again bowls to Mears, and Mears again is on the back foot and punches it out to the cover point area for 1. That will bring Shea Hope on strike with just a ball left, at least 1 legal delivery left in the over. Are you happy with the lineup in terms of the order that the batsmen are coming in?
Yeah, I think I'm quite pleased with it. They're quite capable batters, all of them thus far, and there's quite a lot to come still.
This time Hope is hitting this in the air, out to long off, over long off, 6 more! The 3W stand is busy, and the stand is alive in the sound of sixes. If it's not mirrors, it's Hope. The Windies after 7 are 78 for 1.
Yeah, getting in on the action. Shea Hope backing himself, getting under that delivery and playing to his strengths, which has been down the ground. There's just 2 extras bowled thus far. 78 for 1 after 7 overs.
Really good response from the West Indies. We saw how well they bowled. They cramped England for just 95 runs after England were 77 without loss. The next 14 overs, or the next 13.4 overs really, went for just 94 runs. And it was a very good response from the West Indies bowlers, and now the batters are putting in a good effort. Mir's on strike. Here comes Rashid. Short ball that's pulled in the air, out to long on, chance for a catch taken. That's a wicket. Adil Rashid in his 100th T20 international picks up a wicket with his very first ball. Harry Brook called to account, doesn't disappoint, and Kyle Mears goes back to the pavilion. Caught Brook, ball Rashid for 35.
Yeah, disappointing, but a good catch and good setup as well. Adil Rashid making the breakthrough. Mears goes for 35 from 21. Includes no 4s, but 4 6s. A good cameo, a good knock from him, but really good from Adil Rashid. They needed to stop that scoring rate. As we see Nicholas Pooran making his way out to the middle.
So Nicholas Pooran comes to the middle at a time where the Windies would need good innings from him.
This will be an interesting matchup between Pooran and Rashid in 7 innings. Pooran has only scored 35 runs from 40 balls with a strike rate of 87. Rashid has gotten him out twice on 2 occasions as well.
Here he comes in again and bowls. This delivery is short. First ball coming on for the bottom portion of the night. Out to short, third man, and there's no run.
Now this might also be a better partner for Shea Hope in terms of running between the wickets.
Here comes Rashid in again. Now bowls to Pooran looking for his first run. And Pooran is driving straight to cover. Sam Curran is there and there's still no run for him. He has done quite well in the T10. In fact, he skipped the 50 over internationals, saying that he was preparing in the T10s for the T20s. Here comes Rashid in again now and bowls to Pooran, and Pooran is driving back to Rashid. What an over this is. This is shaping up to be a maiden wicket, which is like gold dust in a T20 international. Still a brace of balls left. But it's 78 for 2. The target is 172. This is a good game going on hand here. Here comes Rashid in again and bowls to Pooran, and Pooran this time gets a short ball that he's turning into the onside, so he'll get off the mark. Just 1 run, giving Hope the chance to face the final possible delivery. 79 now for 2. The options of the spinners have certainly now come into full effect, and just as they've come on, they've proven to be what the England team needed to break that partnership and to stifle this just the runs a little bit. That was a good catch by Harry Brook. He's just not getting enough below on that. Last ball of the over as he comes in and bowls to Hope, and Hope this time is on the back foot and defends it. Plays it back to the bowler, no run to end the over. 8 gone, 79 for 2. Hope's got 19 from 11. Puran has got 1 from 4.
And what a start for Rashid for his 100th T20 international. 1 wicket, 1 run from that over. 100 matches, 99 wickets to him. Excellent stuff. Now this will be a challenging phase for West Indies, just as it was for England. In terms of more fielders are out, power plays over, more fielders are out, which means the scoring boundaries might become harder. You'd have to pick up more singles. Rotation in the middle.
So, Puran with Mills now. Left arm pacer to left-handed batsman. Bowls to Puran, and Puran is getting a wide delivery down the leg side. Signal wide now by the umpire. The right excellent Sir Gary Sobers sits in the 3W stand. There next to Reverend Sir Wes Hall. He just recently launched his autobiography called Answering the Call. Good night to you, Sir Wes. Good night to you, Sir Gary. Here comes Mills now, and bowls to Puran. And Puran this time gets the delivery on the line. The middle stump, defends it, pushes it back down the square. Sam Curran is there, and there's no run. 80 for 2. The run rate has dropped appreciably. 7.77. It needs to be, or it's required at this stage to be 10.4. So they're just a little behind Stacy-Ann in the run rate.
Yeah, these middle overs batting, West Indies usually score at 7.45 compared to England, who score at 8.57. So an area of concern for them, an area they need to work on.
Stacey with the stats. Mills with the ball. Puran with the bat. Sliced. Backward of point for 1. 81 for 2. What else have you got in that bag of stats there, Stacey? You've got a nice little bag of stats.
Yeah, all courtesy our statistician.
Just wide of the off stump, and that was sliced. Look at that single. So Hopper, he's on 19, he's back on strike. And now to Colin Spencer, as the total moves it now to 81 for 2. Here he comes in now and bowls to Hope. And Hope this time is turning the ball behind square for another single. Shea Hope has been criticised a little bit for perhaps what many perceive to be sometimes a slow scoring rate. Do you subscribe to that? A slow strike rate, I should say. Do you subscribe to that, Stacy-Ann?
Sometimes he does, but I think he does make up in the end. So for him, spending time in the middle is important. If you look at the CPL, he was the leading run scorer in CPL, scored 481 runs. Strike rate, an average of 53 and a strike rate of 140. So again, starting off slow, but being able to build the momentum as time goes.
Mills now to Puran, and Puran is on driving, out to long on for another single. Nicholas Puran is no stranger at all to this ground. He's been playing here for the time he was perhaps a schoolboy. He also played here for the Barbados Tridents, that they were called then, back in the Caribbean Premier League. In fact, when he came back from that dreadful accident that he had in Trinidad and Tobago, his very first opportunity to play competitive cricket would have been here at Kensington Oval for the Tridents, when his good friend and mentor Kyron Pollard was captain of the Barbados Tridents. Here comes Mills now again, and bowls to Hope, a hometown boy, and this is a full delivery that is sliced back with a point. Hope wanted a single. Puran said no. Hope didn't agree. He said, "Come on, man." In that typical Bajan accent. Hope perhaps didn't hear Puran saying, "Where are you going?"
Yeah, back of the arm delivery from Mills, and just pushed into the offside from Hope. But I think this will be the challenge for these new players coming into this West Indies team. And when I say new, because they've not played in the ODI series, Shea Hope has a very good understanding with the other players that has played in that ODI series as to running between the wickets, and he tends to score that way.
Here comes Mills in again and bowls to Hope. Hope this time is hitting this in the air, out to the short third man. Is this a chance for a catch? No, it's going to go into the boundary, one bounce for 4. A bit unlucky there for Mills. It was a good delivery on the line, the all-stump. Hope was on the back foot, it was a top edge. He wasn't in control of that shot at all, but it went a little far from the fielder, and 4 runs to end the over. The West Indies really needed that boundary. Things have slowed up a lot for them, and they were able to finish the over with a 4 as they now move on to 87 for 2 after 9.
Yeah, one would think that that's a pressure shot because, as I mentioned, Shea Hope likes to rotate the strike, he likes to run, he likes to build that momentum. But top edge landed safely and got him 4 runs. West Indies need 85 runs off 66 balls. As we see Adil Rashid to continue.
Rashid now bowls to Puran, and Puran is on the back foot and drives along the carpet. Out to the mid-off area for 1. 84 from 65. With 8 wickets in hand. Song's very gettable, but the West Indies have been prone to some middle order meltdowns, and they would hope on this occasion that that won't happen. Got Shimron Hetmeyer to come. Still got Andre Russell to come. Not a bad one.
Don't forget Romario Shepherd, who brought home that last ODI.
This delivery is full and is driven into the onside for another single there by Hope. Romario Shepherd has not only brought home that last ODI, I credit him, even though Shea Hope would have gotten the century in the first ODI, I credit Shepherd's innings of 48 from 28 as the real catalyst for that victory and that partnership that really revived the innings. So he's done so much for West Indies cricket in the last 2 weeks, Romario Shepherd. Rashid now bowls to Puran, and Puran gets a full toss and is driven in the air, out to long off, over long off, sailing for 6. What a shot from Nicky T, the little man from Port of Spain, smashing that into the long off boundary for 6.
They picked the length of that delivery quite well from Rashid, probably just over pitched and in the zone basically for left-handed batter who makes good connection. He won't miss those out. Nicholas Puran, left-hander's glory.
What will Rashid do? How he will respond? Here he comes in the ball to Puran again. And Puran this time is playing this one delicately down to short third man for an easy single. Mills is there, diving to his left. Pulls it down. Can't stop the single. 96 now for 2 and over number 10. Hope back on strike. He's got 24 from 15, so this has not been any drag of an innings yet by any means, but everyone will be checking to see how he motors on. This time he's on the front foot and turns the ball into the onside again. Now Mills is called to account, picks it up, and they get another run. This is a real bonus for cricket Christmas here at Kensington. We don't usually see cricket in the Caribbean around this time of the year. Here comes this delivery again, that's short and is pulled by Puran out to mid-wicket. They get 1, they'll come back for 2, they got to hurry, they have to hurry, they get there. Rashid is not happy, he didn't feel that that was 2 runs. 10 overs gone, 99 for 2. Drinks break, Stacy-Ann, perhaps a quick thought so far on the West Indies response. They've got 8 wickets intact, and when you look at how they have responded, are you happy with their response heading to 172?
Quite happy with their response. A few starts for Brandon King and Kyle Mears. Shea Hope is still there with 24. So might want to think that they're in a good position here. West Indies 99 for 2. Still have a lot of batting to come as well. Hetmeyer, Powell, Shepherd, Russell, Holder, Hossain, Joseph. Not necessarily in that order, but there's quite a lot of power still to come, so should back themselves to chase that total, that 70 odd runs needed from 60 balls.
Yeah, thank you so much, Stacey. King 22, Mears 35. Hetmar, Powell, captain. Shepherd, Russell, Holder, Hussein. The batting goes right down to number 11. And if you look at the target, you look at the situation in the game, as Samuel Badri steps in to fill in for Stacy-Ann. Samuel will have to say that the scenario favors the batting team, but they still have to be sensible about how they approach the 172.
Yeah, it's West Indies to lose at this stage, but we saw when England batted during this phase of the game, it's where it really fell away for them. So they'll be cognizant of that, and they'll want one of the top four, these two now who are set to ensure that they're there to the very end. Hope is someone who plays that type of role. He bats or tries to bat really deep, doesn't really try to play anything outrageous, but he keeps the score ticking along. We saw him in the CPL. His strike rate in that tournament was over 140, and just the way he constructed his innings, and that has brought about his recall to the T20 international side. But the start from Kyle Mears and Brandon King in that power play, that was breathtaking to look at, just the manner of their destructive nature. And then you have one of the greatest T20 batters out in the middle at the moment in Nicholas Pooran. It's not going to be an easy task for England to come back in this game, but the only way they can is if they get wickets. And I'll also hasten to add, Barry, that there's a due factor out in the middle. You see the bowlers, the fielders trying to dry the ball at every opportunity. It's Rian Hamid who will continue from the Joel Ghana end.
Here he comes in now, bowls to Hope, and Hope is turning this into the onside. Just for the square, runs a very brisk single. And the 100 comes up for the Windies. 72 now needed from 59. Your thoughts on Shea Hope and the role that he's been asked to play in T20s for the West Indies?
Yeah, he did it with such a plum for Guyana, who eventually won the CPL for the very first time. 100 comes up for the West Indies with that single. And I think it's a perfect foil in a team that has so many power hitters, boundary hitters. Someone like Shea Hope who can rotate the strike.
Short, in the air, and he's out caught and bowled. Ahmed gets the wicket. Pooran was looking to flick the ball, didn't time it, and it scooped up just to the left of Ahmed, who had to do a bit of a dive. He did it and took the catch, and the Windies have lost the third. Pooran goes, and would you see this as a big setback, Samuel Badri?
Yes, certainly is. An indeterminate stroke there really from Nicholas Pooran, just probably trying to tuck it in short mid-wicket where there's a vacant gap for a single, but only manages to hit it straight back to Rian Ahmed, who had to move to his left to take a very good catch. But Nicholas Pooran, his innings comes to an end, 13 from 12, and yes, this is where the game and the tide turned for England, just at around this stage where they lost a couple quick wickets. And can something similar happen to the West Indies? They have some experienced batters, some game changers, some powerful stroke makers, but it's not that type of innings that's required from here on in. It's just 72 from 58. Shimron Hetmyer makes his way out to the middle. He too has been having a horrific return to international cricket. Hasn't looked himself, has looked a shadow of himself in recent matches. An opportunity here now for him to salvage and to redeem himself to a certain extent.
47 innings, just one shy of 900 runs. He's got 899 runs, averages 21.4, strike rate of 119. So it doesn't reflect the Shimron Hetmyer that plays for the Royals in the Rajasthan Royals in the IPL, or the Ghana Amazon Warriors, where he's been most prolific. But here comes Rian Ahmed, now bowls to Hetmyer, another left-hander. This one is turned into the onside. He gets off the mark behind square for one. Tell me, Sammy, what do you have perhaps been thinking? Get Romare Shepherd out there, perhaps just shake things up a little bit. It's been a little bit slow. Jolt England a bit, because they've really been on top now of the West Indies batsmen.
I think you maintain this batting lineup that they have. They have Sherman Maya, they also have Rovman Powell, who was quite prolific in this series last time around.
This delivery is down to the short third man. No run there for Shea Hope on this occasion.
And he has been quite good at the back end of the innings, Romario Shepherd, so I wouldn't really tinker with that too much. You also have Jason Holder and Andrew Russell. So they bat quite deep. No need to panic just yet. No need to make those types of changes.
This delivery is driven straight to cover. Spectators catch. Shea Hope has got 26 from 19, 101 for 3, 71 more runs from 55 balls. A little pressure, but what a game we've had. It's been a very competitive night. As Ahmed again bowls to Hope, and Hope this time is on the front foot and plays the ball again to cover. He wants to run, sent back by Hetmar. I think that's a sensible thing to do. 11 overs gone, and the Windies 101 for 3, 71 for 54. Hetmar and 1, Hope on 26.
But just to your point, Barry, at some stage in this series, I'd like to see players given different roles just to find out what they can do at the international level in the lead into that T20 World Cup. So perhaps Romario Shepherd can get a promotion at some stage, just to perhaps see what he's able or capable of doing. And similarly with the bowlers, have different bowlers opening the bowling to see what they can do in that power play and see how they can cope with the pressure. You never can tell in terms of injuries, in terms of matchups, in terms of teams you come up against. You just might want to have a different game plan. As we see on screen, the umpire coming out with some balls just to make a change. It has become slippery, and so they're looking to have a drier one available for the bowling team.
Curran 2 overs, none for 19. Jacks 1 over, none for 14. Wilkes 2 overs, 1 for 15. Mills 2 overs, none for 18. Ahmed 2 overs, 1 for 21, and Rashid 2 overs, 1 for 13. So the spin has really stood out the West Indies, because you look at the fact that Palmeiras, Brandon King to lesser extent, got off to a really good start. 22 from 10, 35 from 15. But even Paran just could not get the spin away. He struck 1-6, but found that it was a bit difficult to get the ball off the square. He was kept quiet with singles, and that's not really his game. In the end, he succumbed, and now Hope and Hetmar are left to do some work. So Rashid is going to continue. This is the start of his third. He's said got 1 for 13. Hetmar on strike, and here comes Adil Rashid, the leg spinner, bowls to Hetmar, who's wrapped on the pad as he comes forward. The ball balloons into the vacant short square leg, and there is no run. Good cricket again from England.
Yeah, and Adil Rashid would want to keep this ball off the outfield as much as possible. It's the dry ball recently changed. You want to keep it as dry for as long as he possibly can.
Rashid comes in again and bowls to Hetmar. Hetmar goes on the back foot and cuts it, but straight to the field at backward point. Still no run for him. What's gone wrong with Hetmar? You did allude to the fact that he's looked to shadow himself, but he's still getting these big IPL contracts. They obviously believe in him.
Yeah, once you do it once, Barry, it seems as though you have that reputation which allows you to get that. As Rashid bowls one, he's down the track, it's over mid-wicket, straight to the fielder. Wicket. He finds the solitary fielder on the boundary in that position, and Adil Rashid picks up another. It's his 100th T20 international wicket for Adil Rashid in his 100th T20 match. What a way to celebrate that.
100 for 100. And Hetmar is the man who's at the odd end of history. That's a pity, but he's got to go. And the Windies in just a spot of bother. Shimron Hetmar, who's been struggling at every level he's played, he's gone again now for 1, and the Windies 101 for 4.
Yeah, his travails continues. Shimron Hetmar needed him to at least forge a partnership. Mentioned a little while ago that this game is the West Indies' game to lose. They're in a strong position. They still are in a strong position with the batting depth that they have. Their captain walks out to the middle. He'll have fun memories of this venue. Last year in that 5-match series, he scored that scintillating century. Has fallen away a lot since then. A strike rate of a touch under 140, 450s and that century. can he step up tonight? Very important game, Barry. Any series, the first game is such an important one to give you that confidence and to give you that lift. If you lose from a winning position, oftentimes it sets the tone for a disastrous series.
Here comes Rashid now, bowls his first ball to Powell, and Powell is sweeping down to the backward square area for one. He's off the mark. This might sound strange, but Powell scored 100 here a year ago, but it's almost 2 years ago, because it was in January 2022.
You're right, it's a long time ago when you think about it like that. Just looking at the catch on the replay, we've seen a lot of breathtaking catches tonight, that's for sure.
I should say he scored it last year. It's almost 2 years now. As this delivery again from Rashid is flighted and played into the onside there by Shea Hope, no run. So Adil Rashid, 100 matches, 100 wickets. Chris Jordan, ironically, is second in that list. 88 matches, 96, but he's not retained his contract from the ECB, so I'm not quite sure when we might be seeing him play again. This delivery again is on the line of the middle stump, defended and played into the offside, and there's no run. Things have slowed up for the Windies, and now 70 from 48 looks to me like England might be back on top with 6 wickets in hand for the Windies.
Yeah, in modern standards, this is still very gettable from a batting standpoint. 48 balls to get 70 runs with 6 wickets in hand, powerful boundary hitters still to come, and I still think that it's tilted, if not heavily, but quite a lot in the favor of the West Indies at the moment. But it's two right-handers in the middle, and so Rian Ahmed with his leg spin and his googlies will feature prominently and will feel more confident and comfortable as opposed to bowling to the left-handers. Adil Rashid also has an over left up his sleeve. He also has Liam Livingston, who he can turn to. Just Butler, that is. And the ball is much drier now.
So Ahmed again bowls to Powell on the front foot defence, and there's no run. Well, look, since Hetmar last made a T20 50 in all games, his scores have been 36, 13, 24, 19 not out, 2, 16, a duck, and 31. This is edged down to third man. There's no fielder there, and it's going to go into the boundary for 4. Wasn't the prettiest sight in terms of how he played the shot, but effective because the Windies need every run they can get to try and get another 66 more runs now to win this clash.
Yeah, tentative prod from Rovman Powell results in a 4, but what it also results in, the ball traveling along the wet surface for a long time. And I just wonder if Rian Ahmed is now thinking about that googly. There's also a sprinkle coming down, a drizzle here at the Kensington Oval. Not too heavy at the moment.
Ground staff were in action, that means there's something serious. As this delivery is on the line, the legs up, turn behind square, and they'll be just a single. Anytime you see the ground staff at Kensington on their feet, you know it's serious. When you see them chilling out under the bunkers there, it's not. And they've all gone back inside, I reckon, so perhaps it's not that serious. We had kind of a rainy day, sunny day in Barbados today, and then the forecast is 40% chance of rain after 4 o'clock. Yes, that was the 40%. This delivery is again pitched up, driven out to the sweeper. Just 1 run. 64 from 44. There's Shea Hope on 27 from 23. Rovman Powell, the captain, just coming in. He's got 6 from 4. Required run rate is 8.7. The current is 8.53. And the rain has come down heavier. And the umpires have pulled the bails. And they're coming off. Our good friend Colin does his usual run to pick up the stump mic. Colin has been running for about 25 years now, by the time he's worked for TWI. And we're going to have a rain interruption, much to the anger of the commentary team back in London, who of course are now saying to themselves, wow, it's now 5 minutes to 1 in the morning, what time will cricket finish? Well, look guys, I'm sorry to tell you this, but we're going to have a bit of a delay here, and a delay that could last at least 15-20 minutes or not longer. Time to give you a good recap as to what has happened. You remember that the West Indies team won the toss. Sammy, first of all, they invited England to bat. Was that the right decision?
Yeah, I think so. Based on the weather patterns here in Barbados in the lead up to the ODI series and this T20 International Series, it has been this type of forecast: rain, sunshine, rain. So you're never quite sure. And so in a situation like that, as a team winning the toss, we don't want to take any chances. And predictably, the rains have come and interrupted this game. So it always puts the batting team in an advantageous position once there's any sort of interruption. So I think from that standpoint, it was the right decision. And also the dew that sets here at the Kensington Oval, it makes it so much difficult for the team bowling second, particularly the team with a couple of wrist spinners in that of England. And I hasten to add to Barry that this is the only game that will be played at 6 p.m. The other matches are scheduled to be during the day. 4 p.m. the last two at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and a 1:30 p.m. start in Grenada. So no issues in terms of dew in those other fixtures. So that's something that these teams will only have to battle with in game number 1.
Yeah, quite an odd time to start a T20 game at 4 p.m. because you're going to be going into, it's a day-night game obviously, but you're going to be going into the twilight. Let's give you the scorecards, of course. We had Phil Salt, caught Het Marble, Russell 40. Joss Butler was caught Het Marble, Hussein 39. Will Jacks was caught King Bull Joseph 17. Ben Duckett was caught Hussein Bull Shepherd 14. Harry Brooke was caught Quran Bull Holder 1. Liam Livingston Bull Russell 27. Sam Curran was caught Joseph Bull Shepherd 13. Chris Rokes came that out on 3. Rayan Ahmed caught Powell Bull Russell 1. And Dee Rashid Bull Joseph for a duck. And Tamal Mills was caught Quran Bull Joseph for a duck as well. We had some 16 extras by the Windies, 13 wides, 2 no balls and 1 leg by. 171 all out in 19.3. Hussein 4 overs, no maiden, 1 for 32. Jason Holder 4 overs, no maiden, 1 for 43, was very expensive. The pick of the bowlers, Andre Russell, back after 2-year absence for the West Indies. 4 overs, no maiden, 3 for 19. Well, he bowled extremely well. Zari Joseph, 3 overs and 3 balls, no maiden, 3 for 54. Got a very lucky wicket in the end, thanks to Nicholas Pooran, who belatedly prompted Powell to review. And Romario Shepherd, 4 overs, no maiden, 2 for 22. A word on how well Russell bowled tonight for the West Indies.
Yeah, remember, they got off to a high-octane start. They were 77 without loss in the first 6 overs, and so they needed someone to come and take wickets or control the flow of runs. And Russell came, picked up a wicket, and then he came back and picked up a couple more. And just the way he was able to assess the conditions, I spoke to him during the mid-innings interval, and he spoke about the first slower delivery bowl, and it gave him an insight as to how the pitch would play, because it gripped off the surface, and the majority of his deliveries thereafter were those slower deliveries, those cutters, and he also had that faster one that caught the batters by surprise. So to see him in action in international cricket after that long hiatus, it's welcoming for fans of the region. He's a blockbuster player. He's one who brings people to cricket matches, and you want players like that playing for you as often and as regularly as they can. So to see him back in action, and not only back in action, but making a significant contribution to the West Indies team with the ball, is really heartwarming for him, and also for the West Indies team, and for the team potentially that will be looking to play in this T20 World Cup in a few months' time.
So England 171 all out, the Windies 108 for 4. Let's hand you back to the studio to have a bit of a break.
Thanks very much, Barry. Not sure if you're still with us, but
yeah, we're still here.
Give us your, do us your best Andrew McKenna impression then. I mean, when it comes to the weather, are you expecting this to be a terminal fare, or do you think we'll be back on?
He's asked me that all day. In fact, Andrew McKenna has been asking me that question from 9 a.m. this morning, and as I said to him, I can't tell you what will happen with the weather in Barbados because it has been very erratic, and this is true to form. When Andrew asked me about the weather at 9 o'clock this morning, it was sunny. By 10 o'clock, it was raining. By 12 o'clock, it was sunny again, and then that prevailed more or less to this evening, till now, when the rain is falling pretty consistently. So it's been a very weird weather pattern, and I think with the covers on and the rain falling, all I can tell Andrew is I think he better find a cushion or two to get comfortable at the studio, because we could be here for a little while.
Well, there you go. Weather updates as we get them from Barbados. Barry, thanks for your time, as well as Samuel and also Stacy-Ann. 108 for 4 then, West Indies. Target 172. But it does look like Duckworth, Lewis, Stern may get involved. They are, as things stand, 6 runs ahead of where they need to be. So if we don't get any more play, then the West Indies will win this first T20. 64 needed from 44. Rovman Powell 6 not out, and Shai Hope 27. Gareth Batty is still alongside me, as is Jarrod Kimber. Gareth, we were talking about the India squad that was announced yesterday. Actually, let's hear from Rob Key, shall we, managing director, because of course there are a couple of players that may feel a little bit disgruntled that they're not in the side. Liam Dawson, the Hampshire spinner, and has played for England on numerous occasions. In fact, he played, I think, in the T20 series here in the West Indies at the start of last year. Will Jacks, who's of course playing for England today. England have decided to go with Jack Leach, Tom Hartley, as well as Rayan Ahmed and Shoaib Bashir. I'm not sure how much Bashir will play. There was a feeling that maybe he's there just to get a little bit of experience. But either way, let's hear what the managing director of England cricket, Rob Key, had to say about the decisions that he, or certainly he, has been part of making.
You know, it's not just about, right, what spinners do we take? It's what spinners do we take for the conditions that we think we might come up against, but then also making sure that we've got things covered if they're not turning pitches. So that was it, really. So for a while, we've been trying to earmark the spinners that we feel would be the most useful for us out in India. So someone like Tom Hartley, for a while, we've been looking at. And he's been on the Lions for the last couple of years, where we've been trying to just sort of, because it's not conditions that actually you come across in England at all. You almost have to a little bit disregard what's happened in county cricket, because it's a very different style of bowling, and trying to work out who's going to be the best players for what we're coming up against, and that's where we've ended up.
Tell us a little bit about Tom Hartley then, Gareth Batty.
He's on the staff at Lancashire, left-arm spinner. Relatively upright, traditional, orthodox release. I suppose if you were going to say if he was like any of the Indian spinners, you would say he's more Axar Patel-like. Has an ability to drive it in from sort of mid to wide of the crease to a right-hander, top of the stumps, and he you know, he'll get you some useful runs down the order. I think he's played anywhere from sort of 15 to 25 games at Lancashire, which, if the pitches are going to be, let's say, traditional Indian pitches, where the first 3 days are very good for batting and then they deteriorate, I would say that Old Trafford is kind of like that. It's certainly not the minefields that they've been 2.5-day finishes in the recent few series. But he's, you know, I quite like him as a bowler, as a cricketer. The good thing is he plays all formats. It's not just that he's a red ball bowler or just a white ball bowler. He plays across all formats. He just probably doesn't play as much as we would like from an England point of view.
Would Dawson be in your squad? Oh, I'll rephrase that actually. Do you think Dawson can feel a little hard done by that he wasn't selected for this squad?
I think it's a very fine line of, and I'm only talking from my side now, the role that I have. There's a very fine line of consistency and continuity of conversation as to how selection happens. I think if Liam Dawson has got, and I'm speculating here, what he got, was he like 47 wickets at 20 this year, and he gets his runs with the bat and he plays across all formats. I don't think there's another English qualified spinner doing that. I think that's, if a conversation hasn't been had, I think that's going to sow the seeds with a few other players as to thinking about how they may map out their future, and you know, would they feel as though they're going to get the appropriate recognition if they are successful, as opposed to having a possibly a natural physique or something that somebody sees in a certain individual. It's a very fine line, and as I say, I'm only talking from my point of view. I'm not saying for a second that England are doing the wrong thing. I would look for a bit more of a consistency in process, but I totally understand what Rob said there on the interview, that he's gone, look, I tell you what, it's not the same as anything else. We're going to literally go for what we believe are the best physical attributes on what we believe the surface will be. It's a difficult one for Liam Dawson. I'd be pretty disappointed if I'd not had the conversation with people with England to see if it was something I was interested in doing or wanted to do, or just a conversation, full stop.
What does Rob mean when he says he's picking spinners for pitches that might not turn?
I'm not entirely sure, if I'm brutally honest. I thought the whole premise of the spin ammunition that we're taking was to try and identify the three-pronged Indian spin attack that they go with. Bearing in mind, India has always produced and is very proud of their finger spinners because of surfaces. It's different to other countries who produce lots of spinners. So with a finger spinner compared to a wrist spinner, you're going to be quite accurate. You're going to be able to prod and bowl it in that area over and over and over again. So I think what Rob was trying to say, particularly with young Bashir, he's very tall, he's able to drive it into the surface, which makes it very difficult for batters to get out at you. So you're controlling them in a certain way. I'm not sure about the flat wicket sort of take on it. I've not really come across that.
Let's hear what Rob had to say. We're hearing, by the way, that the rain has got a little bit lighter in Barbados, which is a good thing. Rob Key explaining why both Will Jacks and Liam Dawson. Will Jacks, of course, is playing for England tonight. Another player that possibly is, would rather be playing for England than heading off to SA20. I guess he's going to the SA20. I think he's going to the SA20. Let's hear what Rob Key had to say about why both of those players weren't in the squad for this tour.
Again, the style of bowling that you want for these conditions. You want people who bowl generally a bit quicker. Will Jacks, and also you just want, who are your best spinners going to be like that? Because in the off-spin department, you've obviously got Joe Root who can do a job as well. And then Will Jacks, people like you're then making a decision, and we spoke about this, Will, from the summer, about is it better for them to be going around carrying drinks throughout India, or can they then go and play franchise cricket when we've got a World T20, stuff like that coming up? So that was the decision with Will Jacks. Liam Dawson the same. Liam Dawson didn't make himself unavailable for this trip at all. Again, Liam Dawson's probably not someone that wants to go around India as the 15th, 16th man. If he's going to play and he's going to feature, then he's someone that wants to do that. But if he's not, then I don't think that's high on his agenda to be going as effectively a replacement bowler. So that's where we end up with Liam Dawson. We also feel for the style of bowling, someone like Hartley, our bet is that he'll be a real handful out there. And you've obviously got Jack Leach who'll lead the attack with the ball.
I mean, there's a lot to unpick there. Look, Jack Leach hasn't played cricket for a long, long time. We know that he's got problems and has got ill on tour. We also know that England aren't going to be based in India for the 5 weeks in its entirety. So, they're going to be going to and from the UAE, jetting in 3 days before the start of the first test. It does feel that they're approaching what is an icon series. They're approaching a series where they were beaten handsomely on the last 2 tours, last 2 visits. They're playing a team that is incredibly strong at home. I mean, we don't need to, overemphasize the fact that India is pretty much as difficult as it gets, although England's travels overseas before the Ben Stokes era, have been difficult. I don't know. I mean, am I being overly critical here? But it does seem like there's quite a lot of risk attached to the way that they're going about things, and that's before we even start talking about the pace bowlers, which again does bring into question some questions. Jimmy Anderson, of course, is going to be touring, but you know, he's 41, 42. You know Gus Atkinson better than most, but essentially with no Stuart Broad, they're relying on Anderson, who you'd think would play 3 tests at the most. Ollie Robinson has struggled in Australia and against Australia, so there's a couple of question marks there. Mark Wood is not going to bowl 5 tests. And I mean, can you tell me how many 4-day games Gus Atkinson has played back to back? You probably don't know off the top of your head, but essentially, I don't think it'd be many.
No, exactly. He has never played more than 3 back to back, and this year was the first time he played 3 back to back, because of a process we've been going through with his physicality and his body and looking after his knee, but also his technical movement pattern, because he's quite he hyperextends, and he has a wonderful gift to be able to bowl snappy, quick spells. With that comes a physical challenge. So we have very much tried to manage that physicality, but also make sure that he can play as much as humanly possible. He has had a few injuries over his career. Hopefully most of those are behind him, but to expect him to be playing 5 test matches in 7 weeks with heat, with the physicality required, I think would be possibly very difficult for him.
And then there's the question of the wicketkeeper. Ben Foakes is back, but does Bairstow play? And if Bairstow does play, then does Bairstow keep? One of the statements about Bairstow was that he needs to get himself into a position to play. Right?
What does that mean then? Does that mean he's not physically fit?
Well, I think that's what it means, yeah. And in fairness to Bairstow, he'd spent a lot of time out of the game because he picked up that horrendous leg injury. You don't know, but is Foakes out there as second string wicketkeeper, or is Foakes going to play, do you think?
I haven't a clue. I know the last time that England went there, they wanted Foakes to play because they wanted the best keeper in big turning, bouncing conditions. It's a different management now, so you can't compare the two. You can't talk about what went on 3 years ago as to what's going to go on now, because it's a different style, it's a different thought process. But yeah, no, just the wording suggests that there's a question mark over some physicality with Johnny, in which case do you take the risk with the physicality? Do you go with 3 years ago was said to be the better keeper, particularly in spinning conditions? Do you perceived change your batting prowess one way or the other, with Johnny playing, not playing, Foakes playing, not playing? Do you go back to the old sort of thought process of a Stewart and a Russell type era, where England missed out in other areas of the setup of the team and the lineup of the team, so they give the gloves to Stewart? Sangakkara had it in the Sri Lankan teams, to get an extra bowler in, to get an extra batter in, whatever it might be, for balance of team. I don't know. There wasn't much given away from what we've just heard on there, other than the one thing that did come to mind was, I think I'm getting this right, I think Robert sort of said, who is the best spinner, and was he alluding to the fact he's picked the best spinners for India? I think I would possibly, that's the only thing I would possibly question, because surely there has to be a process to being the best, and the process is playing games, taking wickets, having performance behind you. And I would suggest that possibly that isn't quite the case with this selection. I'm not saying the selection is wrong in any way, shape or form, but if you're picking the best spinner, it can't just be on one person's opinion. It has to be over a period of games, performance, and so on and so forth.
I'm just going through the 11 for the first test. So we got Crawley and Duckett opening. Now Pope's back, and again, he missed some cricket. Vice captain, I guess, still. And
they've stated that, haven't they? They've stated that he's vice captain.
So he's back at 3, Root at 4, Brook at 5, Stokes at 6.
Is Stokes going to be fit though?
Stokes is
still bandaged knee from what somebody said to me yesterday on social media.
Well, if he isn't fit, then that brings in a whole new world of pain for England.
Yeah, I mean
he's not bowling, we know that. Let's say he's fit. There's your top 6, right?
Yep.
And then there's a question of Folkes and Bairstow again. So that's there. That's to be debated and worked out. And then Leach plays, for sure. Now, do they go 2 seamers and another spinner? And if they go 2 seamers, do Robinson and Anderson share duties, or does Robinson play all 5, or what? Wood. And then you look at the reserve. Let's say it's Wood, Robinson and Anderson. Or either Wood, Ahmed and Anderson. I guess they go over 2 spinners, wouldn't they?
I think if you're going 3 seamers from your best pick team sat here now without seeing any surfaces, then you've only taken 4 on the trip. You can't physically. There's a physical demand that they're going to really struggle to play the 5. So I think you're basically saying only 2 seamers are going to play. So you're going to have to get another spinner in there. But from loosely what I'm reading into with the conversation. From what Rob was saying, they're basically seeing Root as almost like a second spinner, which then I'm very worried about our best batter being physically tired through amount of overs bowled. Now, again, that's me looking glass half full instead of glass half empty, not glass half full. It's a difficult one.
Jarrod, does the 11 jump out at you? Is it an obvious first 11 for that first test? I mean, bearing in mind we don't know what the pitch is going to be like, of course.
No, I don't. I'm probably not as certain with it as they are. Well, I should say I don't feel as confident, unless Joe Root is going to bowl quite a lot of overs. Is he in that particular side?
Well, that seems to be part of the thinking. I think Root is going to bowl. He's going to bowl a few.
You don't want to over bowl Wood. If Robertson plays, or even Rayan Ahmed, he's going to get hit at one stage playing against India if the pitch is flat. If it's not flat, obviously that helps him a little bit more. Robinson probably, I would have to be proven to me that he can bowl long spells consistently in Test match cricket, and Anderson, you don't really want him to. So yeah, it's not obvious really how that sort of comes together, is it? That whole setup there.
I can't quite see where the 20 wickets is coming from.
No, it doesn't. It's not ideal.
I suppose what we're getting to is what team are we picking? What style of play are they going to play? How are we going to go about dismantling a team that is extremely good in their conditions? Are we going to take wickets with the new ball and then we're going to hold for a period, then we're going to attack with some pace, then we're going to hold for a period? How are we going to go about the process of winning? And I think you go back to the last time that England did it, where they had 2 very senior, England's recent 2 best spinners in Swan and Panesar, but the seamers still took wickets at vital times to get those 2 back into it. So the seam bowlers played a huge part. I think it was Jimmy and somebody else who cleaned up in periods and had wonderful series. England being successful in the subcontinent has never just been a spin orientated thing. We've needed our seamers to play a huge part.
Yeah, the only thing I would say of recent times is Australia went in with 3 spinners, 3 frontline spinners, and they've never done that before. So it does tell you how much more the wickets are spinning in India at the moment. To be fair, Australia also have Cameron Green in their side, so they have what England used to have in Ben Stokes, right? So, there is a little bit of that there. But you're right, you still need seamers over there. Pat Cummins obviously bowled some very important spells. Mitch Stark at times bowled some important spells over there as well. So I don't think you can throw that away. The problem is looking at this, but if your main spinner is Jack Leach, who I think we're both fine with in those conditions, and I think he's made a much better bowler in the last 2 or 3 years, so I've got no issue there. Your second best spinner at this stage is going to be Rayan Ahmed, who wrist spinners who are slow usually struggle in India, or Joe Root. I just don't see how you're going to take enough wickets if you're going up against Ashwin, Jadeja and Akshar Patel.
And this was kind of my first point with the whole how you're going to select a team. on one breath you say somebody bowls too slow over there, but this guy can bowl slower there, and that's okay.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit confusing, I suppose, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think for mine, if you've got a slow wrist spinner, generally teams have decided over the last few years not to use their slow wrist spinners in India, just because Adil Rashid's not as good a bowler in India as he is in other places, because you need that little bit of extra pace. Then you're going up against very good players of spin. It's not that we wouldn't expect Rayan Ahmed to get any wickets, but there are going to be periods where someone like Rohit Sharma is going to take him down.
Forgive me if I'm wrong here, you probably know the numbers. The best of the best ever leg spinner, Shane Warne, averaged high 40s in India from what I understand.
Yeah, exactly. And again, the pitches were probably more batting friendly in those days than they are now. I think Warne would go okay on some of the current wickets over here, but the lack of pace was a big issue. That was the reason the Indians got on top of him.
It's dangerous to go back in time, I get that. I was just trying to prove the point that the best of the best numbers weren't wonderful in that country.
I think if you look at someone like, I think we would all say that pound for pound, Adil Rashid is probably a better bowler than Adam Zampa. Adam Zampa's probably better right at the moment than Adil Rashid. But there's a reason why Adam Zampa keeps going to the IPL and Adil Rashid didn't. And it's because they're afraid that Adil Rashid is too slow, whereas Zampa bowls that little bit quicker. You know, these things matter over there.
India have played 20 tests at home since January 2018, winning 16, losing 2 with 2 draws. Do you think India, having looked at this squad, would maybe change their approach to how they prepare the pitches for that series? Or do you think we're just going to be set for, some dust bowls, and they're just going to conjure up the kind of pitches that we saw towards the back end of the last time England toured, and exactly the same kind of pitches that we saw when Australia toured at the start of the year?
I do wonder, because they lost that test against Australia, which was, Todd Murphy and Matt Kuhneman, essentially a work experience kid who wasn't supposed to be out there, and a young kid who was supposed to be touring. I think that shook them a little bit. But I still think that when it comes down to it, they want Ashwin for as long. There's no backup Ashwin, right? So when Ashwin retires, and he's not a natural athlete type of guy. And eventually the hand, we've got bats here, but the hand, the fingers, the shoulder, the elbow, whatever it is, something's going to give. They want as much time out of him. Jadeja is even more irreplaceable, even if they have Akshar Patel, who's very similar to him. But in general, Jadeja is incredibly irreplaceable. Most of the reasons that their pitches have been so helpful to spin bowling is so that Ashwin doesn't have to bowl 50 over spells. You look at this team and you compare it to Todd Murphy, Matt Kuhneman, and Nathan Lyon, at least on paper, and you think to yourself, is there a chance here that Leach spins England to victory in one match? It's pretty low, right? And so if that's the case, why would you not have spinning wickets? The other way is the way that I think bats would also, maybe think about it as a coach. Be like, well, we could actually have really good batting wickets here, because how on earth is this England attack going to take 20 wickets on a flat batting wicket, right? So there is 2 ways of going about it, but based on everything I know of Indian cricket of recent times, I think they're more likely to go, we just don't want Ashwin to bowl 50 overs when he doesn't have to.
I suppose the one other thing, Test Championship has just gone, start of a new cycle. Would the desperation for a quick result be as much to the forefront of the mind to be getting to that game that was played this summer? Is it with its being start of a cycle?
The other thing is, I suppose, flat pitches would, I suppose, play to England's strengths. Baz ball and all that. 6
perhaps.
And over.
I don't think they're too worried about that, India. But no, you're right. I mean, they might think about that.
No one's worried about Baz ball until you're Baz ball.
Yeah. I think what you just said there, Bats, is quite interesting, because there is now... So Pakistan basically missed out on a World Test Championship final because they had a bunch of draws at home. They lost some of the games as well, but they had a bunch of draws when they should have got wins. India, I think, worked out quite early on, probably, in the first cycle. Well, wait a minute. If we don't have any draws at home, most of those wins are going to go to us. And therefore, if we do struggle when we go away, we're still a big chance of making it to the final. I don't think you'll see many test nations now coming up with 5-day batting wickets outside of Pakistan, where apparently they just can't fix wickets anymore, because it actually affects your chance of making the final. So if you are interested in a WTC, I actually think, again, that goes back to having spinning wickets. One thing you always have to remember with India is road groundsmen. And suddenly, someone, if they have 2 or 3 test matches in a row that go for 2 days, they'll usually try and have a batting wicket just to even it out, because they are losing a lot of money.
Good news, guys. We're going to get a restart. If you're listening to and are unaware, we've just had a bit of rain in Barbados, with West Indies just ahead of the Duckless Lewis, but they've lost a couple of wickets, so this game actually looking a little closer than it did at about the 7 or 8 over stage. 171, England bowled out inside the 20 overs. They were at 77 without loss, so lost 10 wickets for, what's that, 94. West Indies also got off to a good start, but the track does appear in second innings, as it was in first, to just become a little bit more difficult to bat as the innings progresses. So we will wait and see. Rodman, Powell and Shai Hope at the crease when we get back. Restart in 9 minutes time, and we haven't lost any overs as well, so there we are. Sorry, I just jumped in there. Bats, were you about to answer a point that Jarrod had made?
He can't even remember what I said.
No, I never listened to a word he says.
He actually fell asleep, I think, for a moment.
I think the point we're saying is that, you know, we're not in an era for draws.
No,
it's all about winning at home.
Yeah.
And I suppose if you ask the question, and I know Stuart Broad was saying this during the World Cup final, there's the old adage, do what the opposition don't want you to do, but then essentially you do what's best for you, don't you? You don't really care what the opposition really want to do. And I suppose it would be, if that first test when England played India, which was on talkSPORT 2, England won it, didn't they? It was a flat track. It's not like they aren't going to do the same thing again, are they?
That was also, they had 2 bowling injuries, didn't they? They had Akshar and Jadeja not there. Chances are you're not going to run into an Indian team with that. If you've got 3 of them, and they've got Kuldeep now as well, right? So the chances of them having 3 bowling injuries and you not having world-class bowling to go up against is quite slim, I think. And look, I just think that, I've been talking a little bit to people inside the Indian camp. Obviously, they haven't talked to me much since the final. But, over a period of time, they usually do what they think is the safest option. That is why that was one of the reasons they lost the World Cup. They went conservative when they don't need to. Their safest option is, if the ball rags, we're probably going to win this series pretty easily. If it's flat, we might have to work a little bit hard. Maybe the best ball does come in, right? Maybe Anderson comes in. They don't want any of that. They just want they want Jack Leach, Joe Root, Rayan Ahmed to go up against Akshar Patel, Ravi Jadeja, and Ashwin. And some of those matches, Akshar could barely get on, right?
What about the India bowling attack? Is it just going past its peak? I mean, it's still phenomenally strong, but have we seen the best of it?
Well, Bumrah's still young, isn't he? So I suppose he looks like the hardest one to replace. But Akshar Patel is, late 20s, early 30s, I think, maybe 30, 31. Ashwin and Jadeja, I think, have a lot of miles on their clock. And, we've got a spinner here who bowled till he was 110, right? So he might be more of an expert to tell us how long they can go. But eventually it catches up to you. Age is undefeated when it comes to athletes, right? Mohammad Shami is quite old, but they've got Siraj, Bumrah, and they've obviously got a host of younger bowlers coming through, and Kuldeep Yadav. They don't have younger, great finger spinners coming through. I don't think anyone believes that. Washington Sundar's a very smart cricketer, and I think we all like the way he plays. No one thinks he's going to be the next Ashwin, though, at this stage, unless he makes some dramatic changes. So it's not quite the situation with the Australian team, right, where you look at them and go, where are they in 3 or 4 years' time? But it's certainly, there will be a changing of the guard, and Mohammad Siraj is a fantastic cricketer, but he didn't really take up cricket till, he's still learning the game, I suppose is the best way of putting it, even though he's very talented. And they've got Prashid Krishna and these sorts of guys coming through. They're all talented, but they're not the next Bumrah, at least, looking at them at the moment.
Let's just bring in Barry Wilkinson. Barry, the covers are back on, I believe. How's it looking out there?
Well, it was looking good for about 5-10 minutes, and then all of a sudden we saw the ground staff coming back on with the covers. And like I always say, I take the cue from them because they know the weather patterns here very well. Personally, I don't think the rain is falling at all, but the fourth umpire, Jackie Williams, has got her umbrella up, and now I'm seeing the covers being removed. So it's a positive sign for cricket to be restarted at 9:35 as was originally scheduled. It's not raining now. The umbrellas are down, and the ground staff are now pulling the covers off. So I think it's a very positive sign that we should have a restart in about 5 minutes.
Wow, Barry's calling it. The cut-off time, I believe, is 2 AM UK, which is 10 I think, where you are, Barry. I mean, the crowd aren't going anywhere, are they?
In fact, just on the screen about 5 minutes ago, there was a big sign saying there's an after party. They've got Alison Hines, who's a big soca queen, and about 4 other main artists, and there's a party in the party stand after this is done. So definitely they're not going anywhere, and I think that's why it's so heavily populated.
Well, it would be sweet relief not to hear Sweet Caroline, and I imagine that's not part of her repertoire.
Definitely not. I'm wondering why Neil Diamond has never done a live performance for the Barmy Army. Perhaps, I don't know if he's up to it.
Don't give him ideas, Barry.
Yeah, I'm going to ask for royalties from that as well pretty soon. But no, the good news really is that the stumps are back up and the bills are on. The players are very eager. They look to me to come back on and try and finish this up. Nothing has been lost, so we still have 64 more runs from 44 balls. England needs 6 wickets, and that's how it is on both sides of the coin. I think we're in for a real exciting finish because the crowd have seen a great game here, both on Saturday and today, and I think that they're very excited to see the climax of this particular match. Samuel Badri, he's seen it all, he's done it all, he's played it all, and he's thinking that if England can perhaps get themselves an early wicket within the next 5 to 10 minutes or so, Sammy, you think that it could be a good game for them to lose?
Yeah, I think at this stage there won't be any reduction in the number of overs, and you're right, with this rainfall it becomes a little bit trickier for the English bowlers with that wet ball. But if they pick up a wicket or two quite early after the resumption, then they become the team that is in the pole position. And oftentimes, Barry, once there's a rain interruption and there is that restart, it's the batting team who takes a little bit longer to get going once again, and oftentimes they lose a wicket as soon as the game restarts. The West Indies would be hoping that that doesn't happen, and the 2 batters out in the middle take a couple deliveries just to get themselves going once again. But at this stage of the game, they still fancy themselves to be in a very strong position, but a wicket or two can change things quite quickly and dramatically.
The umpires are now making their way back out, so that is a very, very good sign. And the England team are just in front of the bunkers there, looking to also come back out. Freddie Flintoff, so good to see him up and about after that dreadful accident that he had. It was so good to see Freddie. He's no stranger to this part of the world. He always comes to the media centre when he's in Barbados. I remember the last time he came that I saw him would have been, I think it was 2019. He came with the well-known media man. And they came up there and they had a bit of a sweep. But he's now, of course, just on the peripheral there as the part of the England team. So the players are back out. The West Indies batsmen are making their way back out. Josh Butler, who's been desperate for some kind of good news, you have to say, after that dreadful campaign in India and also losing the one-day series. He would want to start this 5-match series with a victory, Sammy. How important that would be for him?
Yeah, very important. We all know of their disastrous ODI World Cup defense, where they failed to make it to the semi-final rounds, and truth be told, they were a shadow of themselves. They are also defending champions in the T20 format, and so they'll want to make a better fist of it this time around in this particular format. There has been a lot of discussion and conjecture about the future of Josh Butler and the head coach, the white ball coach of that England setup. And this T20 World Cup, I suppose, would be the litmus test for them both, whether or not Josh Butler remains in that position after the T20 World Cup, as well as their head coach. So just come back to Freddie Flintoff, Barry. I must confess, I saw him a little bit earlier today, around midday, at one of the food outlets not too far from here. And he was looking at me as though he knows me, but I didn't quite recognize who he was. He was looking quite youthful. He had that shades on and a hat, and I couldn't recognize him, but he was looking at me as if to say, how are you going, mate? Because he knows me, I know him quite well. But I just could not make him out. As we start back this game, it's Rian Ahmed. Delivery outside the line of the off stump, edges away, goes past the fielder, diving away at short third, will challenge the boundary, gets all the way for 4. What a start for the West Indies. First ball after the resumption.
And it was actually how they finished off. Remember, a very similar delivery and a shot that was steered and played down to third man. So I think the West Indies have just continued from where they left off. And Captain Rovman Powell, his last T20 innings on this ground was a century. So perhaps he's remembering that, and although he can't get there tonight, he certainly would like to steer the West Indies team home. So that's now 116, or is it 112? 112 now for 4. And Powell moves to 10. Here comes Ahmed again and bowls, and this delivery is played to short third man. He wants a single. That would have been suicidal. Set back there by Shea Hope, and there's no run. 13 overs gone. It's a 112 for 4. The Windies need 60 from 42. Sounds like a gettable assignment, but we all know how they can wobble with England just needing 6 wickets to win as well.
60 of 42 with wickets in hand, 6 wickets in hand. By no stretch of the imagination is that a difficult ask, but sometimes when you're in that position and you lose a couple of wickets, then you start to panic. England have, as we mentioned before, quite a few bowlers who they can turn to. They are now turning to another one of their part-time spinners, and Liam Livingstone. We saw him in the ODIs. He bowled much better than a part-time bowler would, and so they're hoping for him to perhaps get a wicket here to get them back in the contest. Leg spin, he usually bowls to the right-handed batters, and when they are left-handers batting, he bowls the off-spin, so he's quite dynamic and flexible in that regard.
Here he comes now. Liam Livingstone comes in and bowls to Hope. Hope gets a full toss and he's on driving out to the long on area. He'll get 1. He'll jog that single. 59 more now from 41. I was telling John Norman about the after party. Sam, are you staying for that? I see you have your 2 daughters here with you, having a grand time in Barbados.
Yeah, they've quite enjoyed it so far. The beaches here, as you know, Barry, are one to die for, really. They enjoy the beaches, they enjoy some of the sights. We went to Harrison's Cave.
As this delivery is full and driven in the air out to cover. They'll get 1 again. Just 1 more run. 114 for 4. Yeah, lots to do in Barbados.
I went to the inflatables just off, not too far from the Kensington Oval, out in the ocean. Really exciting, and they're quite adventurous when it comes to those types of things. Me less so, but I have to follow them, right? That's the
thing when you have daughters, and I think John Norman knows that now. As this delivery is down the leg side, he looks to turn into the onside, can't score. I've got 3 girls, so I understand what it's about. You've got to sometimes turn yourself into what you don't want to necessarily do, but you got to show your love and support.
I found myself, Barry, doing a TikTok video the other day. Can you imagine that?
I would love to see that, Sam, doing a TikTok video. As this delivery is hit out to the long on area. Just another run. So they're dealing in singles here now. 115 for 4. Powell has got 11 from 7. Hope has got 29 from 26. The current run rate is 8.4. The required is 9. So they're just thereabouts. If they maintain this, they should walk home with it. But West Indies have done some very strange things on this ground. I was talking to a good commentator, a friend of mine, as this one is swept down to short, fine 9 for 1. And we were discussing about some of the strange matches we've seen here. None more strange than 2005, when we had Charles Langefeld with the West Indies needing 3 runs to win, and Charles Langefeld came and he got a beaver trick and won the game for South Africa and broke the hearts of many. So we've seen some strange things at this ground. This one is tugged in the air out to long on again for another single. 117 for 4, 14 gone. The equation 55 from 36. The Windies now, England needing 6 wickets to win. Who's your money on, Sammy Badger?
Yeah, again, I'll maintain that at this stage of the game, West Indies still very much in pole position and are favourites to win. Wickets in hand, 55 from 36, but as I keep mentioning, 1 wicket or 2 wickets can change the complexion of this match quite dramatically. Even an over or 2 that goes quite economically. That last over from Liam Livingstone was a good one. Didn't concede any boundary. Rian Ahmed, it will be for his final over of the night. Can he prize one more?
Well, it's going to be Ahmed to bowl his last over. Here he comes in now, bowls to Hope, and Hope is going for a big drive, misses, taken there by the keeper. That one kept very low. How difficult, Sammy, you would know this very well being a spinner yourself, how difficult is the ball going to be to grip now for the leg spinner with the dew factor?
Yeah, very difficult. Consider grabbing a bar of soap, or wet soap, and trying to bowl that or throw that.
This one is swatted in the air, out to mid-wicket, over mid-wicket, that's gone for 6. Well played there from Shea Hope. Sometimes he just prods on, but when he's ready, he can turn it on. And that's a 6, 123 now for 4. That 6 eases the pressure just a little bit and also lightens the equation.
Yeah, this is where Shea Hope has evolutionized himself or revolutionized himself in the last 12 to 18 months. His ability to hit boundaries. He's very good with rotation of strike and running hard between the wickets. But when he couples that with this type of batting, makes him so much more of an attractive T20 player.
Ahmed bowls to Hope again, who's hit this in the air. This isn't gone far though. It's gone out to long on, chance for a catch, and the catch is taken. Hope is gone for 36. Ahmed gets the last laugh. The Windies still need 49 more runs, but England need 5 wickets. This is anyone's game.
Yeah, good wicket, an important wicket there for Rian Ahmed, trying to repeat from the previous delivery. Shea Hope, this time nowhere close to the middle of the bat, and holds out in the deep. A comfortable catch. And England, they're back in the contest. They know that they are back in it. And as we keep saying, this West Indies team, though they're very strong and have a lot of depth, anything can happen when the pressure tolls. 123 for 5, 49 needed from 33 deliveries. Romario Shepherd, who had a very good one-day international series with the bat, made some really good lower order runs. He's in ahead of Jason Holder, ahead of Andrew Russell, because he's the foreman. I don't disagree with this decision whatsoever.
With the IPL auction on the 19th of December, do you think Shea Hope is going to be in for an opportunity to perhaps get a pick in the IPL, or you don't think he's at that level as yet?
It'll be difficult for him. There are so many international players who are much more explosive. He's a good player. Let me put that out on the table. A very good player, good T20 international player, good T20 player. But when you're looking at the IPL, they want players who can change the course of a game in quick time. And with that impact player rule as well, it makes it so much more difficult for players like Shea Hope to get in.
Ahmed to bowl to Shepherd, and Shepherd is edged and he's out, caught at slip. 1 ball for Romario Shepherd. That looks so easy. It was pitched on the line in the middle stump, the leg spinner, and Shepherd almost virtually steered that to first slip. I've said to you that I've seen just about everything happen at this ground, so nothing surprises me. The Windies now 123 for 6. England need 4 wickets. The Windies need 49 more runs from 32 balls.
Yeah, we were just mentioning a wicket or 2 can change the complexion of the game. And just as we said, it is happening in front of our eyes. 2 wickets and 2 balls for Rian Ahmed in his final over. Remember that Romario Shepherd goes for a golden duck. And the man who has been in form in the ODIs, well, he finds that T20 cricket, it's a different format. Goes without scoring. West Indies slumped now to 123 for 6. And there's a buzz around as the man who's a global superstar makes his way out to the middle. 2-year hiatus from T20 international cricket for the West Indies. Recall with that World Cup in mind. Andrew Russell, Big Dre Russ, makes his way out to the middle. Career best figures with the ball, 3 for 19. Already had a significant impact in the game, but needed now with the bat.
And for all that, he's only got 150 for the Windies. Best of 51. I believe that might have been in the T20 World Cup in 2016, Sammy, against India. Then Lendl Simmons himself really batted well. Lendl Simmons on that occasion had about 4 chances In fact, he was almost back in the pavilion at one stage and had to get sent back out. I remember that well. Hat-trick ball. Here he comes the ball to Russell, and Russell's on the front foot and defends. He negates the hat-trick, which is important. You don't want to give Ahmed the hat-trick, but the Windies still have a lot of work to do. Dot ball. Good captaincy to get that wicket because he brought the slip very fine. The slip was wider, he brought him fine, and that's why he got the catch.
Wrist spinners and match winners, Barry. That's all I'll say.
You'll say that. Ahmed bowls and Russell is driving in the air, out to the cover, and just falling short of the man at short third man. And they're going to come back for a second. That could have easily been another catch there for the England side. But what an event for over. A terrific spell. Riyad Ahmed finishes 3 for 39 from 4. You hear the applause in the background. And the West Indies 125 for 6. Russell 2. Powell has 12 not out. Holder, Hussein, Joseph to come. But the Windies are still away from the victory, needing 47 more. While the England side need 4 wickets. To tell you all about it, let's head back to John Norman and his team in London.
Thank you very much, Barry Wilkinson, alongside T20 World Cup winner Samuel Badri. I'm alongside Gareth Batty and Jarrod Kimber here for the last 5 overs, if it takes that long. 125 for 6, West Indies chasing 172. And surely they've got the armoury to get them there, if not close. Liam Livingstone's going to come on for his second over. We've got Andre Russell, who hasn't played a T20 for West Indies in 2 years, alongside the skipper, Rovman Powell. Leg spinner from Livingstone first up. That's where he gets most of his success, most of his wickets from. And it's played down to long on for a single.
He's certainly not going to bowl off spin to either of these guys. He's going to try and spin it away. Neither of them particularly love leg spin.
Well, I can think of 2 other batters who don't like leg spin, because Rayan Ahmed has picked up 2 wickets and 2 balls, and it just felt like England were getting their way back into the contest. Certainly those 2 wickets has brought them right back into it. 46 needed then from 29 balls. Russell about to face his first delivery against Livingstone. This is way down the leg side and played to Ben Duckett. Russell's coming back for a second there. I mean, for a man that allegedly has got no knees, to run himself out for no reason. Powell facing then. He's had a pretty good record as the T20 skipper for West Indies. Won some series. Darren Sammy, the coach, has overseen his side to some impressive results. One of the problems that England do have with all that rain is keeping that ball dry. Gareth Batty is Livingstone in again. This is looped up. Plenty of dip there, and just for a minute there it looked like Powell's winding up for the big shot. But we'll just take a single to long on.
Yeah, it was a concern when England went back out there. The groundsmen put flat sheets on, which they drag some moisture from the outfield, but they also make the sort of ground sweat a little bit. We wondered if it would change the wicket for the better of the West Indian batsmen, but that hasn't been the case. We saw with Riyad Ahmed's over just gone that it's still spinning, it's still stopping, all those good things, but the negative of the outfield is the ball is getting wet now.
Russell winds up, he targets at the boundary on the leg side. Ball just dying on Ben Duckett as he runs round from that square leg. Just another run to the score then. Singles won't be enough for West Indies.
Just looking at the numbers of both these players, they're both exceptional against left-arm pace. And by exceptional, I mean their strike rates bats are over 170 against left-arm pace. That will be a little bit tricky for England because they'll know that, and they've got 2 of them. They can't hide both of them.
Down the track is Powell. This will clear the boundary, and it will clear it with ease. That just reduces the pressure a fraction. Powell moves to 20, the score 135 for 6. And Livingstone's tidy over has suddenly become a little bit more expensive.
Oh, what a shot from Powell. It's athletic but powerful all at the same time. I think that Livingston's seen him come there. He's dragged the ball down, bowled it back of a length, but Powell continued his scamper down the pitch and then just extended with a powerful nudge over long on, and it's carried the boundary a good 20 metres. Great piece of batting from Powell.
4 overs remaining after this delivery. Rashid's got 1 over left. Wokes has got a couple. And then Mills and Curran, the 2 left-armers. Again, Powell goes big. He's got the height and he's got the distance. That has slapped into the crowd. Over wide, long off. And 2 sixes at the back end of the over. Makes this West Indies game once more.
Yeah, it's the little bit of a cardinal sin. You can understand how it's happened for Livingston. He's got it up above the eye line but landed it in the footholes. It's full, it's easy, it's that slot ball where the powerful modern day 2020 batter just clears the front leg as Powell does here. Full swing of the bat, gets it up and high into the night sky. Lands a good 20 metres back over long off. Beautiful piece of striking. But is that wet ball affecting where the length was for Livingston?
Yeah, so Powell has really changed the way he's played spin over the last couple of years, and you could see there that it's not exactly technically correct at all times, but when the ball is in his area, and you watch him in the IPL, he does this against, you know, much better spinners than Liam Livingston. Just waits for it to be in his area, and then he backs himself, because when Robin Powell hits a ball, you have to wait a good period of time to go and collect it.
Yeah, I think that is the difference in modern day cricket now, full stop. Not just 2020 cricket. I think people have certain areas where if the ball lands, so call it a box on the pitch, if the ball lands in that, I'm just swinging and I back my power. I know I can hit it 80 metres, and if I get it half wrong, it's going 65 and the boundary is 60 metres. I'm winning. You're just cleaning up, and they don't think about it now. It's not a conversation piece that if you get caught at long on, it's just kind of like, oh well, next time I just need to hit it further. I need to hit it over them.
Has Robin Powell made a mistake here though, Bats, because they just got that ball wet and now it's been replaced because he hit it out. It must have banged on something, or maybe landed in a rump.
Not, because the seamer's come back on, so it's a harder ball for the seamer to get whooped. He's not bothered about it being quite as dry, maybe.
And it is a left-arm seamer as well. Tamar Mills just said that both Russell Powell got a great record against left-armers. 31 needed from 24. 141 for 6 at West Indies.
I wouldn't want to be bowling to them, I'll put it that way. With either arm, but certainly not with my left.
Well, Tamar Mills is going to do exactly that. Back in the side, he's coming up against another bloke who hasn't played T20 for his country for a while. Not the West Indies as a country, but you know what I mean. This is a little bit of tip and run, short delivery. And Russell made it look difficult anyway, but another run to the score. 142 for 6. The West Indies chasing 172 in this first of 5 T20s.
Yeah, if he's done his homework at all, Tamar Mills, he'll know that Russell, particularly early-ish in his innings, you get it through that sort of chest height and higher. He's not going to take you on. He's not that sort of player that takes on a big pull shot early on. Get it on his waist height, he's going to try and lash you out of the ground. Good option from Mills first up.
Here is Mills again, and this is pulled away nicely by Powell, just for a single though. Duckett Fields, 29 needed from 22, 4 wickets in hand.
So just look at the intelligent cricket numbers here. Andre Russell versus left-arm fast bowlers. 125 runs from 53 balls, so a strike rate of 236. And 67.2% of his runs from sixes. he also hits fours occasionally. I think he likes the angle and the pace that it comes on. But as you said, if you can get it a little bit higher to him, it can cause problems maybe early on in his innings before he's seeing them well.
With just 2 dot balls, it makes room, does Russell. Really carves it through the offside. There's a chase for the fielder, Phil Salt it is, on the cover boundary, and does well just to restrict that to a couple. 27 needed from 21 balls here on talkSPORT 2 for West Indies to get this series off with a win.
Yeah, I think the way that Russell sets up, if Tamar Mills can bowl it where it pitches outside leg stump but goes right into the body, I think it cramps his swing. But if he stays leg side of that, he can get whacked. If he goes offside of that, he can get whacked. If he gets it perfect, I think it's a really good matchup. But you've got to be perfect.
Perfection needed. Short delivery, top edge, and this is going to fly into the crowd, head on hands from a spectator and possibly the bowler. 6 runs again. It didn't go where Russell intended. He was trying to go a little bit squarer than that, and the end result is exactly the same.
The exact ball you wanted.
Well, no, it wasn't. I still feel like if you can get a full swing at it, if you can get your arms out at all, I'm saying you almost need to be an old school, like almost what Sirisayo was doing earlier in the day in the game against South Africa, where it's almost coming outside his eye line the other way and picking it up over fine leg. I don't think he's going to do that. That is baseball style, and it goes up and over fine leg.
That strike rate's just gone up a touch. Jarrod. Mills again, this is down the leg side. Will have to be bowled again. 20 now needed from just 20.
Their death strike rates, these two as well, are both over 2 runs a ball.
Well, they only need 1 run a ball from here.
Which is amazing, because neither of them swing that hard.
They're both very strong though, aren't they?
You'd fancy your chances from here, wouldn't you, Bats?
Well, you're basically 4 balls away from game done, aren't you, with these two at the crease? They just deal in 6s, don't they? They just do not mess about.
Mills turns again. He's past the umpire. This is on leg stump. Russell will just take a single. 153 for 6. A little bit of a stop-start second innings with those rain shower that came in about, what, 45 minutes ago or so? But it hasn't made England's task much easier. The ball has got wet, difficult to grip. But the feeling is that this game has lost towards the back end of England's innings with the bat rather than what they've done with the ball. Never really got going again, losing 10 wickets for 94 runs after being 77 without loss at one stage. Cut away, airily so, and the fielder is inside the circle, and that's easy peasy for Rodman Powell, who moves to 31 from just 14 deliveries.
Yeah, he's playing an absolute gem of an innings here, the captain, Powell. Just a little bit of width. It's not a huge amount of width from Mills. He's got it sort of forward off stumps going across Powell. Powell shows a bit of class here. Beautiful body position. Sets himself front foot, then just rocks back, transferring his weight, and that sort of square drive that goes through backward point for 4. It's a beautiful piece of batting. He's shown some real power, he's shown some real technical ability, and he's shown a really cool head. He's now 31 of 14.
Yeah, and it hasn't taken him long, has it? 2 6s at the back end of Liam Livingstone's last over, and now Mills has been expensive as well. Rodman Powell, who averaged 73 against England when these two teams met at the start of last year, is just continuing a good run of form, really, an improved player, as we've been hearing from Jarrod. And Jos Buttler has called upon Adil Rashid, but he's asking a lot from here. The leg spinner tossed up and defended by Russell. I gave him a look of, well, there's your 1 for the over, Adil. 15 needed from 17. Rashid, who's playing in his 100th T20. That's exactly what's happened. Down to one knee, slog swept that, and that's another ball that has disappeared out of the ground, down the street to Rihanna's house.
And Holder's Hill, isn't it? It's the wrong end, and I really want Bats to tell me if he thinks Andre Russell picked that. I think he just went down beforehand and decided to do it. I mean, it was horizontal bat shot in the end, 103 metres. Do you think he picked that, or he was just there?
No, I think, judging by the first ball of the over, he's literally watching for anything that goes slightly up out the hand, and he's just going to try and lash him. He's going to get in a strong base, a strong position, and just try and hit it a long way like he's done. The first ball of the over was out the front of the hand from Rashid. It goes really direct. and he was really respectful of it, because it's not really his forte to hit that ball. He had to bowl 6 of those for me, or else one was going.
Yeah, I actually thought Rashid would follow up with one more just to see what would happen.
Take it deeper.
I have seen Andre Russell sometimes play that shot that Kieran Pollard does, that back foot just straight drive.
Yeah.
I would rather him play that than a slog sweep, I think, in this situation. And also, and this is more of a club spinners thing, but if you know someone's going to swing you over the leg side, the wrong end is a really risky thing because it's spinning towards that shot.
But I think it's also you take it deeper into the over. Try and give him a couple of balls where he's not going to whack one, and then hopefully he's squeezing the glue out of the handle, trying to overhit it, and it might go straight up in the air.
Rashid again. They've changed the balls again. This is a leg break, and it's a slow one. And Andre Russell, with all the time in the world, kind of watches it, prods at it, places it, and
slow
run.
68 kilometres. That's Craig Brathwaite slow. It's a cool whack for everyone.
9 needed. Russell at strike. This is another leg break, and it doesn't go too far from the fielder. An extra cover. Who almost looked like he might have been wrong-footed. Power on the shot as well. 4 runs added. 5 from 14 needed. And Russell moves to 24.
Yeah, I think we've got to give some credit here to Russell. Rashid's taking the pace off the ball. Most people think as soon as you take the pace off, get your left foot down the pitch as a right and try and whack him down the ground. No, Russell's going the other way. He's hanging back. He's waiting for the ball to do what it's going to do off the pitch, and then he's just setting himself in that stronger position. And it's almost like a straight cut through extra cover with immense power.
5 needed. Do you ever get the feeling that Andre wants to settle this with a 6? 2 balls on the over to go from Rashid, and he plays on the back foot actually. Just takes a single to the legs, to the leg side.
Dinner with Andre.
I thought you were going to say seal it with a 6.
So 4 needed, 13 balls to do it, and this is West Indies game. Andre Russell hasn't played for 2 years for the West Indies. He's picked up 3 for 19, 25 from 13. And he's given Rodman Powell, his skipper, the chance to hit the 4 needed to win the game. It won't take place at that delivery, as the fielder just inside the circle stops that from rushing to the boundary. And that's Rashid done. Good figures, 2 for 25, his 100th T20 wicket in there. England's leading T20 wicket taker, of course, but it will not be enough.
Yeah, I think it just proves what Jarrod has said right at the start of the show. The West Indian lineup is just full of power. England's finest there in Rashid bowled beautiful 4 overs, but he missed that over just on a couple of balls, and you pay the price. One goes out of the ground over deep mid wicket, the other rattled past extra covers left ear, just because of the physicality that the West Indian batters are showing. That England just fell off and they didn't have any answer. They couldn't set the feet in the ground and just muscle a few over the boundary, and they weren't prepared to knock the 1s and 2s into the gaps and scamper them off the field. The lack of plan was evident with England in those last 6-7 overs, not with the West Indies. They're just setting themselves in the ground, knowing that the pitch is stopping a bit, knowing full well you hit my box, it's going out of the ground.
And it just feels like the West Indies have got a little bit more to give as well, haven't they? I mean, they've chased this down inside 18 overs. Or just about. 4 runs needed from 12 deliveries. Short delivery, cut away, airily so. And Andre Russell does finish it up with a bang. 4 from Curran's first ball in his return. And the West Indies have signed off in style. A comfortable and confident victory. They've chased down the target in 18.1 overs. Russell and Powell unbeaten at the close, and the West Indies beat England by 4 wickets.
Yeah, Andre Russell finishing proceedings, box office, with the hype that comes with him, but also in the performance today. 3 for with the ball, 29 in 14 with the bat to see his side home, where it could have been with a little rain break, it could have been a nervy finish. They've done it easily with 11 balls to spare. And the captain gets a really nice mention there, 31 off 15. Cool head, calm head, also showed some great power, some great skill. They look a formidable lineup to this West Indian team, and is this going to be something that England are going to look at, and how can they stop the power of this team and add maybe a little bit of power to themselves, because the services are going to be pretty similar to this throughout the rest of the series. See what England can find. Some good points, started well with the bat, had good points with the ball. Rashid was magnificent, but I think the overall England just a little bit off today.
Well, that's the fourth chase that the West Indies have successfully completed in the last 4 T20s. There was a rain break here. At that stage, the game was kind of in the balance, really. The West Indies were ahead on Duckworth-Lewis, but only by 6 runs. They came out, they lost those 2 quick wickets, Hope and Shepherd getting successive balls, Ray and Ahmed picking up both. But essentially, they have just blasted 64 in 33 balls, and they have won this game comfortably in the end.
Yeah, I think when you needed an extra gear in the game, because of the surface, because of the bowlers that were bowling at the West Indian plate, they had the extra gear. And like you said at the end there, John, I feel like they've still got another gear or 2 to go if they have to. You know, Shepherd missing out first ball, Hetmeyer getting caught on the rope, Hope holding out. They were getting out in pretty powerful ways most of the time, having set some sort of a platform. The list goes on and on. It reminds me of an England team, possibly under Owen Morgan back in the day, where they just set their stall out where everybody could go in there and smack it, and they just went about their business in a really powerful manner. Maybe not quite the same personnel now, but they've got to find some solutions to what has been a fantastic performance from the West Indies, and it by no means been a perfect one from them.
Well, we mentioned at the start of the game as well, Moti wasn't selected for this side, and he really impressed you in the ODI, so they've got players to come in as well. Matthew Ford, of course. There's still a question mark over their new ball pairing in T20, but they've got some options, haven't they?
Yeah, I think they're going to need Akil Hussain and one other bowler that they trust with that new ball. Alzari Joseph doesn't appear to be that player at the moment, but they didn't use Kyle Mayers, they didn't use Rodman Powell, so they had extra bowling available to them as well. Yeah, it's a very interesting team. It does remind me a lot more of the West Indies teams we saw when Darren Sammy was a captain, I suppose, rather than maybe some of the other ones we've seen. To be fair to Darren Sammy, obviously there are some issues with the fact he doesn't have any coaching badges and all those things, and that has upset some people in the West Indies. But he is friends with these guys, and he is bringing them back into the fold. Like, Puran, Hetmeyer, Holder. Some of these guys are retired from various things, but they're here for this.
Russell.
And that will be their last World Cup, right? And Russell looked really good today. We know that Sunil Narayan is probably not going to come back, but with Moti and Akil Hussain, they have some other players there. So it's a really interesting one.
Darren Sammy, of course, is a leader. He may not have the badges, but he led that side. The 2016 triumph, of course. The comments he made on the field after the game will live long in the memory, but he's been in position for 6 months, and you can just tell that he has got the template. He knows what you need to do, the kind of team you need to get together to be successful in T20 cricket, and we're kind of seeing a return to that, even if it is at very early stages of a 5-match series, which England will fancy their chances to come back in.
Yeah, it isn't quite like the heyday. They don't have all the best players in the world the way that they did back in 2012, 2014, 2016, that period. But, Kyle Mayers and Nicholas Puran and Romario Shepherd, these are still top quality players, and they've still got Jason Holder and Andre Russell around, right? And Shai Hope's now a better player than he used to be.
And they've got something that they didn't have back then for this World Cup anyway, and that's, of course, they're going to be playing at home.
Yeah, and they'll play all their games at home, I assume. Are they playing any in the USA?
It would make sense to, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I would assume they don't have to play in the USA, and they'll play all at home. So, look, another big advantage for them. But this is a return to a team that we haven't really seen as much in recent times. They've been experimenting a little bit more. This feels... I was surprised that Andre Russell was playing only because I thought they had some more less left before the World Cup time, and then you bring Andre Russell in later. You look at it at the moment, it's like, no, it makes sense that he's in this side. This is the way they want to play.
Yeah, I think look at the teams that were successful in the 50-over World Cup just gone. They played an amount of volume of games together. That is giving role clarity, it's giving understanding of roles, it's giving understanding of, oh, my mate's bowling here and he's going to get hit here and this is where I'm going to be. It needs less work from a captain all the time, because you know, you've got sort of 9-10 other sort of smaller captains out there with you who understand what their mate's doing, and it all comes back to Darren Sammy might not be coaching these guys, but he's galvanising these guys.
We've only got a couple of minutes. Let's just talk about England for the last bit. 9 defeats now in 13 white ball games. The makeup of the side today, we said this right at the start, it just didn't quite look right, and so it proved. The batting fell away, as it has done in white ball cricket recently, and then when the pressure moments came with the ball, again it seemed like Jos Buttler was kind of searching for a go-to man, aside from possibly, you know, Adil Rashid, who of course has been there for such a long time.
Yeah, it's difficult. It requires one of the younger players to put their hand up and perform the hardest roles in the game. And the hardest roles in the game right now are to be bowling 2 overs or 1 over in the power play, and then bowling 2 overs at the death, sort of 2 of those last 5 overs. They're horrible overs to bowl. You've got tax-free at the end, you've got no fielders out up front, and it's very, very difficult, and it's a tough skill set to get. There's no Archer at the minute. Wood isn't in this. They need to find some solutions, and somebody somewhere's got to put their hand up to say, okay, I can be that man.
You know, we watched England bat at the end, and we certainly saw that the steam went out of the ball, and they were struggling, and yet England, because they don't have good death bowling options, just got absolutely whacked again. I know some of it is West Indian power and everything else, but that death bowling thing has become an issue again and again, and it was probably during the ODI World Cup we didn't really worry about it as much because they couldn't make any runs, but it's still there, and it's been there for a long time, and it's going to be a problem in the next World Cup unless they fix it or Jofra gets fit.
Well, you can stick around talkSPORT 2 for the next 7 or 8 days or so to see if England can fix that in the remaining 4 T20s. They've lost today, though. They've gone down to a resurgent West Indies side, losing by 4 wickets. A big thanks to Barry Wilkinson, Samuel Badri, Stacy-Ann King over at the Kensington Oval, along with Sam Ellard and Cameron Ponsonby. Scott Taylor at this end, alongside Gareth Batty and Jarrod Kimber. We will be back on Thursday. We get underway at 5 p.m. for the second at T20 to see if England can do what they did last year, and that is come back and level the series after 2 matches. But for now, thanks for listening or watching on talkSPORT 2 or the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. But it's a disappointing start to the series. England losing to the West Indies by 4 wickets. Hussain about to bowl his second delivery is in, and this is edged. A diving attempt at first slip, went close to the fielder and rattles away to the boundary for 4. Salter's down here, and this is a beautiful shot. Fuller and Buttler will take a 1 bounce 4 over long on, and the score moves along. Salter